Item 1E, CISD vision and mission statements.
And Ms. Borrego, if you can lead us into the mission statement, and Ms. Maldonado into the vision.
The mission. We provide equitable opportunities to ensure our future-ready students are empowered to explore, learn, grow, and excel.
Vision. Lead today, impact tomorrow.
Thank you. And now we'll take this to the next item.
Item number 2, board honors. Item 2A, recognition of A and B campuses in the 2025 Texas Education Agency Accountability Ratings. Presenter Mr. Gustavo Reveles.
Board President Rodriguez, members of the board, and Dr. Arellano, could you please join us in front of the dais to begin this evening's presentation? Good evening, everyone. I'm honored tonight to celebrate the amazing academic achievements of our students and show off why Canopillo ISD is the best small school district in Texas. Tonight, we are proud to celebrate excellence in Canopillo ISD. As you know, the Texas Education Agency recently released the 2025 A through F accountability ratings, and the results confirm what we already knew. Canopillo ISD continues to be a leader in high quality instruction. 80% of our schools have been rated A or B, a remarkable achievement that speaks to the dedication of our teachers, administrators, students, and families. This is proof that in Canopillo, great things are happening every day inside our classrooms. Our students are achieving at high levels, and our educators are ensuring that every child receives the opportunity to succeed. So let's begin tonight's celebration with the schools that earned a B rating. Childress Elementary School earned a B rating thanks to their continued commitment to effective teaching and learning. Childress continues to pursue excellence as it sets itself up for future growth. Please help me welcome Principal Maria Varela and her BCE Golden Eagles. Each awarded school tonight will receive a banner that they can hang from their school to tell the community of their academic prowess. Garcia Elementary earned a B rating thanks to their work to meet the needs of their students. Armed with a new principal and a renewed commitment to excellence, we expect great things at GES. Please help me welcome new principal Jeanette Plaza and the GES. Damian Elementary earned a B rating by continuing to offer students world-class instruction. Damian has redoubled its effort to focus even more on high-quality teaching and learning. Welcome Principal Nay Castillo and the JDE Firebirds. Davenport Elementary earned a B rating for their commitment to learning. The school earned distinctions in reading and language arts, science, and post-secondary readiness, making sure their students are set for success. Please welcome Principal Andres Pasta and the CISD. Davenport Middle School earned a B rating and achieved distinctions for science and social studies, guaranteeing a smooth high school transition for their students. Welcome Principal Nidia Avila and the AMS Eagles. She's a lone Eagle today.
Hello, higher, please. Higher that time. It's a color. 2, 3.
Thank you, Ms. Avila. Now we move on to the schools that earned an A rating. Reyes Elementary continued its tradition of high-quality instruction by earning an A rating with distinctions in 2 top 25% categories: comparative academic growth and comparative closing academic gap. Welcome, Principal Dr. Jessica Arellano Carrillo Melendez. I'm so used to saying that. Please help me welcome Principal Dr. Jessica Carrillo Melendez and the RES Red Hawks.
Are you selling those stuff cookies yet? Congratulations. Are you selling those cookies the whole school.
Let's move over here, yeah? Come over here. And we're gonna be right here in front of. And then you guys stand right there in front of me. There you
We need
go.
more people on this side. Absolutely. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Congrats, RES. Northwest Early College High School keeps showing off why they're one of the top campuses in the region, if not the state, by once again earning an A rating and having the most distinctions in the district. Natchez earned distinctions in math, social studies, post-secondary readiness, and reading and language arts. They also earned a top 25% commendation for comparative academic growth. Please welcome Principal Frank Clark and the Natchez Griffins.
Hello, higher. There you go. One more, maybe. 2, 3.
Laura, let's make sure we hand this before Wednesday's groundbreaking so everybody knows what's happening at mentions. And last, but certainly not least, we have one of the best stories of the year. Davenport Elementary earned an A rating this year after previously struggling with a D rating in the last cycle. This incredible turnaround is a result of a relentless focus on quality instruction and student success. The hard work paid off, with students earning distinctions in top 25% comparative academic growth and comparative closing the gap. Please help me welcome Principal Lupe Montañez and the amazing DBE followers. What an incredible list of accomplishments from across our district. Tonight, we celebrate our schools, our students, our teachers, our staff, and our families. Together, we are proving that Canopillo ISD is among the very best in Texas. Congratulations to all our schools on a job well done. Y que viva Canopillo.
Item number 3, open forum. Any person wishing to address the board during the period reserved for public comment at a board meeting must sign up to be heard in accordance with District Policy BED Protocol. Each participant will be limited to 3 minutes to make comments to the board. The board is not permitted to discuss or act over any issues that are not posted on the agenda for tonight's meeting. For further information on these policies, contact the Superintendent's Administrative Assistant. And Mr. President, we do have 9 participants for tonight's meeting. The first one will be Mr. Coach Scott Brooks in regards to the district rebranding.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Ayano. I usually don't get involved with stuff like this, but I saw our new Eagle, quote unquote, and I was really disappointed in it, as well as most of the coaches I spoke with, most of the kids I spoke with, and I just feel like that I need to speak up. My wife told me to read what I thought, because she'd afraid I would ramble on. So I'm going to read my thoughts to you, and hopefully you get what I'm saying. I usually not get involved with district decisions like this, but as a community member, athletic director, and former teacher, I feel like I need to share my feelings on this subject. I do not oppose progress, but I question why the high school needs to be rebranded. I have spoken with all the head coaches at the high school, and all like our eagle. We are known throughout the region for our eagle. When people see our orange, white, and blue eagle, they know it represents Caney Teal High School. It is on our stadium field, in our gyms, and on our walls. It is represented on most of our athletic uniforms. What makes our eagle great is the simple design. The eagle that is represented for the high school in this new branding looks pretty much, to me and many people, unlike our eagle. The board is considering spending $90,000 to change all the school's design. I believe this new branding requires spending money the district does not have. I can see the two middle schools being rebranded because they are brand new facilities. The high school is not. Kids take pride in wearing our eagle on their uniforms, t-shirts, hoodies, hats, etc. The eagle mascot is used more than any other mascot in the state of Texas by high schools. There are approximately 58 people in the state of Texas whose mascot is the Eagles, with varying designs. I do not see other schools change their mascot, what their mascot looks like. Franklin is represented by a cougar, Coronado by the Thunderbird, Burgess by the Mustang, and the list goes on and on. I have asked our uniform vendor what it would cost to replace every varsity uniform with new Eagle designs, and it would be between $100,000 and $115,000 to do this process. That is varsity uniforms only. That is money we do not have. All of our athletic teams at the high school continue to raise money to get the equipment, uniforms, and things that are needed to run a successful program. Are we going to add another cost of rebranding to our already stretched athletic budget? Is the cost of rebranding going to change our academic performance, school culture, and student attitude? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. I just ask that the board be cognizant when making a decision about our beloved Eagle. Thank you.
Next participant is Mr. David Esquivel in regards to the logo redesign and board micromanagement.
Good evening, Dr. Ariano and members of the board. I'm here to speak on two topics that concern me, one as a district employee and one as a tax-paying resident of this school district. First, item 5E, the logo redesign. As a teacher at Northwest Early College, the real flagship of our district, I represent our campus when writing recommendation letters to top universities or when seeking donations from local businesses. Yet, I am using logos that were hand-drawn about 10 years ago by a student or from a company that has no connection to Canopio whatsoever. Mr. Reveles and the administration have led a fair and open process. Students, staff, and community members gave input after hours at school meetings. This redesign is not about vanity. It's about moving our schools into the 21st century and reflecting the innovation we want for our students. To turn this into controversy only keeps us stuck in the past. Second, I speak as a resident. In May, policy was changed so that any trustee can place items on the agenda. While well-intended, this has led to dysfunction. Instead of focusing on student achievement, the board spends time debating school lunches, adding project managers to projects that already have them, and now tonight, homeschool UIL participation. These issues belong to administration or to the legislature, not here. That is not your job as a board of trustee member. Let's not forget, every board member here could not come up with a budget that did not have a deficit. Every single one of you couldn't do that. It was administration, not trustees, who found the cuts that help protect students as much as possible. Constant micromanagement from the board erodes trust in the very people who keep this district running every day. If a question doesn't require public debate, send an email. If you want to manage operations, apply for a job here. The cafeteria workers would love to have you, and you could definitely file a bid through the process that's open and fair. Okay? Trustees should provide oversight, not interference. Each time this board chooses conflict over collaboration, public trust suffers. I urge you tonight to approve the logo redesign program and commit to refocusing board meetings on student success and not distractions. Thank you.
Next participant is Ines Andrade in regards to the redesigning of school logos.
Good evening, Board President Rodriguez and Interim Superintendent Arellano and the CISD board members. My name is Ines Andrade and I am currently a junior at Northwest Early College High School. I've come to speak in support of the continuation of the redesign of our district logos. Over the past year, I've attended meetings for both the bond project of the school designs and for the logo redesigns. And I've been amazed by the progress and effort both school administrators, students, and those we have contracted to work on the project have done. I believe the logos will be a much needed change and refresh to our school. In addition, the time we and the designers of the logos have spent is extensive, and I think it would be unwise to waste all the time we have spent already on making these beautiful logos. Yeah, I don't mean to fall into some cost fallacy, as I really do think it would be in the district's best interest to redesign the school logos. Having old logos with new schools would cause a disconnect in the district's brand, portraying that we are still stuck in the past. Our district should not be having an outdated brand when we are making progress towards the future. How could the district champion progress if we are not making efforts to provide our students with a symbol of our community? I know the students at Northwest in particular would really appreciate a logo, as we do not currently have one at the moment. Thank you for your time, and I hope you'll take my comments into consideration when making your decision on this topic.
Next participant is Heather Vizcaya in regards to the branding and logos for niches.
Good evening, everyone. I don't normally do this, but I was asked to come up here and represent some of the parents at Northwest Early College. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Interim Superintendent, Ms. Jessica. My name is Heather Vizcaya, and my student Macy, she attends Northwest Early College also. I'm here to recognize the necessity of a professionally designed school logo for Northwest Early College. Northwest Early College is one of the premier schools in the Canutillo district. The students and staff are so excited to finally have their groundbreaking ceremony this week. And so again, life in the rundown portables is not always conducive to learning, but the students and staff have not only persevered but exceeded expectations time and time again. From my understanding, Northwest has not ever had a professional logo design done for this school since its inception. The logo designs the school currently uses, they're nice and kind of, were designed by some students. So, however, the logos are not professional. They are inconsistent when we look from platform to platform, and they lack the current design trends for the school logos in Texas. I would like to advocate that our district be proactive looking ahead. Let's have a professionally designed logo ready while the school is being built. Let's have that new logo design ready to display at our new school. Let's show the voters that Canutillo not only has built a state-of-the-art building for the early college, but also has forethought to design a logo of excellence that the community and the students would be proud to have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next participant is Macy Vizcaya in regards to the branding and logos for niches.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Interim Superintendent. My name is Macy Vizcaya, and I am a proud student representing the student body of Northwest Early College. I came tonight to respectfully urge the Board to move forward with the adoption of the new professional school logo for Northwest. I had the honor of attending the past 2 logo design meetings, and I was personally excited by the collaborative energy and the vision represented in the proposed designs. For the students, seeing these concepts meant more than just a change in graphics. It signals a new era and a fresh beginning for Northwest. A school logo is much more than a simple logo. It is a visual representation of our identity, our values, and our aspirations. The proposed new design was representative of the unique spirit of Northwest. Adopting this new logo will provide a symbol of a fresh start and that we are important to our district. It will unify our branding, create a stronger sense of school pride and community, and present a modern professional image of our district, our higher education partners, and the community at large. The design process was thorough, inclusive, and thoughtfully considered the perspectives of various stakeholders. Moving forward with this new logo is a significant step towards enhancing the school spirit and professional presence of Northwest Early College. Thank you for your time and consideration of this important matter.
Next participant is Natalie Ashton Martin in regards to the district redesigning the logos.
Good evening, Board President Rodriguez, Interim Superintendent Ariano, and the CISD board members. My name is Ashley Martin, and I am a current senior at Northwest Early College. I've come to speak on the continuation of the redesign of the district's logos. Something I've learned from my 3 years at this school is that what makes it truly special is our intimate community. The connections and bonds between every student, teacher, and staff member. The community is what makes our school strong and successful. Without it, my high school experience and that of my peers would be less than satisfactory. I attribute much of my academic success as well as my personal growth to the support and collaboration that I have found here. Although our school is small, it is not a weakness. It is what allows us to thrive as a group of individuals who support and challenge each other. The Griffin is more than just a mascot or an emblem. It is a representation of our strength, our pride, and the spirit of our unique and diverse community. The new design is an opportunity to authentically represent this community and inspire new generations of Griffins. But I ask myself, why am I putting so much effort into something I may never see? The new building, the new design, the new students, I won't be here for any of it. The answer is that I believe that the importance of education in our society is to prepare for future generations, to prepare young generations to lead, to question, to make a meaningful impact on our society. My connection and care for this district as well as Natchez is because both my siblings have attended and graduated from Natchez and continued their life as Griffins. They have since grown down different paths, yet they carry with them the memories, lessons, and belonging that they found here. The new design is more than just aesthetics, but a legacy for all graduates to carry on in the future. I'm asking you to continue with the new design logo because it is more than an image. It is a representation of our school's identity, our legacy, and our future. The students and staff have put a lot of effort into designing a logo that new students will be proud of and which we believe to be an accurate representation of our community. This logo allows us to finally own a design that is solely ours and something made by the very community it is representing. Scrapping all the work and effort we have put into the design up until now would erase an opportunity to create something that is a vital part of our community. I ask you to think about the Natchez community and myself as a representative when you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next participant is going to be Helena Kapulevich in regards to the logo redesign.
Thank you, Board, and Mr. Rodriguez and Dr. Ariano. I just wanted to quickly add to what my students have been saying at Natchez. I'm Lena Kaplovich, I'm the dean of students at Northwest Early College, and the students, the parents, the teachers have put a lot of time and a lot of thought into the redesign. They are excited about the new building, they're excited about the new logo. If you look at us all here, you see we all have our Natchez shirts. Not one of us has a clear logo on our shirts because we don't have one. So I know they're looking forward to that, and I hope you guys consider that when you are making the decision for the logo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next participant is going to be Julie Scott in regards to gratitude and change.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Interim Superintendent Dr. Ariana. Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Julie Scott, proud mother of a CHS Eagle and a CMS Eagle. I stand before you tonight to give my heartfelt gratitude to our district as a whole. I want to say thank you for all the great things that are being done and will be done in our district. From all the preliminary work and all the work that's already been done with the bond and presidio, the communication and transparency with them has been happening is very reassuring. I want to thank the parent liaisons and student support services for all their hard work and dedication, especially with trying to engage with parents and get us motivated and involved with our schools. They've been doing an excellent job of pushing out information as soon as they receive it and doing their best to give clarity with so many new confusing topics, such as the new law that was enacted where we as parents need to sign a consent for our kids to receive first aid or mental health support. I want to say thank you to Mr. Arthur Beck, our Student Activities Coordinator at Conecuh High School. Mr. Beck does so much for our students. He highlights as many students' events as he can on social media and throughout the school and brings so much light to so much of our students' positivity and hard work. I appreciate that he doesn't just focus on sports and academics, which are very important, but he also expertly highlights all the clubs he can and activities and their accomplishments. He highlights different students individually who go above and beyond, or students who go out about volunteering and giving up their time by serving their communities. With the bond and new laws that affect our students, teachers, nurses, librarians, administration, I would briefly like to talk about change. Change is not easy for anyone, but I think our district is going in the right direction. I support the idea of rebranding and unifying all our schools and logos in the district to have commonalities and color themes. I think it would be a change not to see what I think it will be a challenge not to see what we've been used to, but maybe give us a boost in unity in all the changes that are happening. I like that we're going to have new schools for our students to learn in and our teachers to teach in. We will have more of the modern look, feel, and supplies our students and staff deserve. Change is hard because it hurts morale when people have to adjust from the ways they've known and the ways that they've known to a new set of ways of thinking. With all that said, I want to send out a heartfelt encouragement to our faculty and staff. Hang in there and keep moving forward. We have the best teachers, administration, and support staff in any district around. Change can be hard for anyone, whether it's a student growing and moving from one school to the next, or a teacher having to move from one type of curriculum to another due to state laws, or us as a community having to adapt to rebranding and change for us to go to the next level. It's inevitable, so we might as well make the best of it and have the best attitude we can to make it that much easier, not only for ourselves, but for our students. Change can be a good thing. Just like an eaglet has to leave the nest so they can soar into their own future, so must we. As community members and parents, I encourage you to get involved and learn for yourselves what's going on instead of just going with hearsay. We're all doing the best we can with what we have, so let's be on the same team to be supportive, motivating, and keep moving forward. We can still hold on to our roots while letting our leaves change with the seasons of growth. Thank you.
The next participant is Miguel Martinez in regards to expressing his gratitude.
Hello. Holy smokes, how can you not be up here and like your heart's racing 1,000 miles per hour? Anyway, President Armando Rodriguez, Interim Superintendent Dr. Arellano, members of the board and the Conecuh community, thank you for allowing me to take up some of your time. My name is Miguel Martinez and I'm a social studies teacher from Northwest Early College High School. You being here today, despite your busy schedule, shows your commitment to our school district. The public who come to express their concerns or praise what is done in our district, despite being busy with children and loved ones to take care of, or other responsibilities after they leave here tonight, show how much they care about this district. PTO and their partnership with businesses that so willingly work very hard for us and contribute to our fundraisers show how much they care about us too. And despite our differences of opinion, everyone comes together because I believe they have the best intentions and work together to ensure our students are successful. It's in Conecuh's mission. Lead today, like you said earlier, impact tomorrow. To prove my point about this close-knit community, I'm basically here to express my gratitude for allowing Northwest Early College High School to be a part of the planning process of creating a school logo. Working together with our school community extends beyond a logo design. During our various meetings of the planning process, I worked along other teachers and faculty, witnessed great ideas from students and family members. It helped me realize how dedicated everyone was. You see, this process isn't just about creating a logo that's going to go on a t-shirt or on a mug. It's about continuing to build our community. The agreements and disagreements, the arguments and compromises that we faced during the planning, which I'm sure you go through as board members, allowed us to get to know each other better. It helped us to grow. When our school logo goes on a shirt or on a mug, yes, there'll be that tinge of pride in seeing our design, but it will also be a billboard of how our district, you, the board members, the community, care enough to be involved in all aspects of this district. In these trying times where differences of opinion can create such divisiveness, our Granadillo District community and our Northwest Early College High School stand out by helping demonstrate that that is not going to stop us. That we stand together because we care about our children together. Thank you.
And Board President, that concludes our our open forum for tonight. Our next item is going to be item number 4, public hearing.
Board President, may I state something? After the public hearing is the Board of Trustees business. The logo situation is important, and the parents and the students and the faculty and staff are here. I would like to request that we move item E to the beginning so that they're not here all night waiting for us, and that be the first item that we discuss when we get to the Board of Trustees business, if you all are okay with that.
We could actually move it to right now, so that way, I know some of these students have to go home.
Yeah, I just, I know that I can tell you're very passionate about this, and I'd like to discuss it with all of you all here, because you took the time to come out here and express your views. So if you all are okay.
With the board, is that okay? Yeah, okay. Pedro, will you read it into the record?
Yes, sir. Item number 5E, discussion and possible action to address the district's processes, proposals, and status of efforts to address the rebranding of district logos. Presenter, Lili Maldonado.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Arellano and fellow board members and the community. The reason that I placed this on the agenda was, first of all, I want to state that I don't believe that the job, when we question or when we ask for something to be in the agenda, is referred to as micromanaging. We all have a job, and that job is accountability and transparency to the constituents that voted us in. And so, therefore, the reason that it was placed on the agenda by myself was not micromanaging, but taking my job, as you all parents are taking this seriously, and I commend you to speak up. I'm taking that seriously too, because another part of our job is to balance the budget and to make sure that the bond money is being used as it was sold to you, the voters. So, like Mr. Brooks said, I'm not against change, I'm not against progress. We're having 3 schools being built. I can see the logo design going into those 3. Where my concern is, 4 schools, yes. My concern is the cost for rebranding the already established schools, specifically the high school. Like Coach Brooks said, we already have a logo on the turf. By rebranding, you're talking about breaking up that turf and putting in a new logo. That's going to cost money. Money that the district does not have. You're talking about uplifting the floor gyms. The second gym at the high school is not that old. Again, you're talking about the cost of lifting it up, putting in a new logo. And we are being told that this is a process that would be implemented eventually. It's not going to be expected to be done immediately. The whole reason behind this is for copyright violations, is for ownership. I understand all of that. Again, my concern is the cost involved. $99,000 just to create the design, okay? Doesn't include lifting up the turf, the football turf, to place a new logo, or the gym floors, or the uniforms. We just got an estimate for just varsity between $100,000 and $115,000. Does the athletic department have that money? No. Does the district have that money to support it? No. And you tell me, yes, it's going to be in the future. However, I'm struggling with the reasoning behind the logo, copyright, number one, violations, ownership. I can see the ownership. However, then you turn around and you say this is going to be implemented gradually. Well, it doesn't support the reason of copyright, because if we're in copyright violations, this has to happen now, and we don't have the money, all right? And then, so the questions that have been posed also is the progress, because we were told there was a survey that went out, 200 participants responded to the survey. I'm a community member, just as all these board members are. I didn't receive a survey. My family are community members, my children, my daughters. They didn't receive a survey. Community meetings were being held at various campuses. I didn't get an invite. They didn't get an invite. Did any of the board of trustees get an invite? So it's the process, because we have to include, and I don't know if it was DLR who decided that this is the process that we're going to do. We're going to meet with the school community. Well, this is a bond project. Well, it wasn't originally presented as a bond project because it wasn't on the original bond plan, but later it was kind of stuck in there. So we created a CBAC committee. That's the number one committee that should have been included in these design processes. We created them as a board for accountability and transparency regarding the bond. They should have been at every single meeting that was called upon. They should have participated. They weren't. They weren't. When you have these community meetings, school, you had staff, you had very few students. My question was, did you include the student body of the secondaries? No. It was a few students. 200 responses to that survey does not fly for me. Out of the entire community that we have, if that survey went out to everybody and you only got 200, I understand we have no control over who responds. But that should not be, that should be a flag that, okay, let's do it some other way to get more input. That's my main concern. I can see the rebranding for the schools that are being built because it's included. And also, there's controversy information. You know, in an email back in February, Dr. Balavis told us that it was included in the architect's budget. Yet, what was included? What services were included? Because now, there's a $99,000 amount for this that is supposed to come from bond interest, but then no, it's going to come out from something else now. We have projects that we have allocated $1 million to the campuses that are not being relocated to use for their necessities. A lot of those projects have been swiped because there's no money. Laptops at CES and Bill Childress, ADH non-compliant, security reasons that need to be done, striped. Possibly we can do another one. However,
local rebrand, right?
well, this has to do with the logo rebrand because we're talking about this money could be used elsewhere. That is my point. It could be used elsewhere. You have pre-K sections being started because there's a lot of pre-K kids. Yay, we want that enrollment. But you're opening up a classroom for pre-K students without the adequate furniture for pre-K. I'm sorry, but yes, Logo is great, change is great. Every school has a logo right now. Every school, including Northwest Early College. So I'm just talking about, let's refocus how we use our money. Again, I'm not against doing it for the new schools that are going to be coming on board. This might be the time, and this probably is the time to do it. I'm talking about the cost for all the schools that are already in existence to redo the whole progress of rebranding.
Let's go with the presentation first and then hold your questions or.
Well, I would like to give some perspective before the presentation, if that's okay. Just bear with me, okay? Really quickly, bear with me. This is not my first rodeo. I was in education for 31 years, and I just want to give you a perspective because I've been through all this in a previous school district. When I was the principal, I was previously the principal at America's High School. Long time ago, 2012, I'm dating myself. I was 10 at the time. That was a joke, okay. Anyway, I was the principal, and I hadn't even been on the job for 2 weeks, and I got a letter from an attorney telling me that the A that America's had, you probably remember it, Steve will remember this, Mr. Blanco, our attorney, he was our attorney back then. It was, and the coach decided on his own, is before I got there, the A was the ASU A, you know, the blue block A, or so on and so forth. So that opened up a lot of discussions because we had, you got to change the logo. Mind you, they had just put the turf, and we had the A on the turf, right? So the way that that works, and Mr. Blanco could tell us, because we went through the whole process. First of all, it is a school decision. It is a school decision that includes the community of the school, the kids of the school, the faculty and staff of the school. They come together. The process we took is we put it out there, we let people submit their designs, and then we put the design out to all the kids at the school, and we put it out to our community of America's High School, and they picked the logo, the one that's still there. I think it's pretty cool, right? That logo then became what was standard for America's High School, but we still had a lot. We had the uniforms, we had the big A, and they had just put the turf down. It does allow for you that you don't replace the A, the new A, you don't have to take up the turf. In other words, it's a process. So the next time you put the turf, then you put the new A. The next time you're due for helmets, because how often do they change helmets? Whenever, but whenever, that's when you put the new A, and that is allowable in a suit, because I tell you, I went through it. So there's two very important things, because I understand what Ms. Maldonado is saying, but I also know that you have to have, from my understanding, because when I saw it on the agenda, I was telling Ms. Barnes, I called and started doing some research and asking, because I think it's important to the communities. As you can see, they came up today and they spoke about it. It starts with you, Gus. You as public relations, and that there is a uniform logo. There should not be 5 different eagles, and I agree with Coach back there as well. If they had gone through the process that is managed through central office, and they go through the voting process with the principal, with the coach, with the coaches, the athletic director, the kids, and they say, he shouldn't be here fighting to keep his eagle. If he wants that eagle and the community wants that eagle, they should be able to keep that eagle. It's a process that you do at every single school. Yes, right now is the most opportune time to do it while we're building the new schools, that they get their new logo. But like the Phoenix, because that's the ones that came up the most, they can't have 7 or 8 different Phoenixes floating out there, because then it goes from all over the place, right? We do, because we are progressing and we are doing new things in the district. We do need to have one that when they call, when an architect calls or somebody calls and they say, hey, what's the official logo of JDE, right? This is the official logo of JDE. And if Clementillo High School wants to keep their eagle, then that's their official logo. They're not copying it from anybody that we know of, right? There's no problem. If they are, we got to look at it. But there has to be uniformity, and it starts at the top, Dr. Arellano. It starts at the top, where it's not everybody just doing their own thing. Rebranding is important for a school district. It's very important. It's important for the pride of the school. And that is what identifies you as a community of a school, right? This is easy fix. It is. up to that school community. Now, I don't understand the $99,000. Is that just to design?
Yes.
Can we get the presentation?
Yeah, we could do the presentation because then I'll probably have more questions. But I wanted to give that perspective because it isn't our decision, guys, as a board. It is not. And it's not central office's decision. It's not Ms. Arellano what she wants for the high school or for, it is the school community. But you as central office create a process where it's done and it's created that way, and that's how we choose.
Let's see the film and then we can move forward.
Okay.
I have a lot of comments I want to make on for the presentation.
Watch a movie?
Yes.
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
President Rodriguez, members of the board, and Dr. Arellano, I'm Gustavo Jimenez, the Director of Communications and Marketing for the school district. I'm here to talk about the logo redesign and branding efforts that we've undertaken over the last couple of months. Next, please. I want to point out our regulation where we have our official symbols. These are, codified into our systems. Each school has a mascot. Each school has colors. These mascots, I want to make sure that this is clear. But I've heard some confusion over this. We are not changing mascots for schools. We're not moving from eagles to cougars or anything like that. The schools will remain, the high school will remain the eagles, niches will remain as equipment. That's codified in our regulations. Our goal here is to make sure we have a codified, modernized, and legal aspect to our logos. As it stands today, our logos are two things: deficient in opportunity to really use them in a meaningful way, because of the limitations on pixels and high resolution, and ownership. We do not own these logos. For the most part, out of the 10, we own one. The logos we have were designed outside of the school district, with the exception of Reyes, and were designed by vendors to the district or by other entities, and we have no ownership of them. So we are not. We are at the crossroads where we may have to face some legal or legality challenge to review. So our purpose here is to make sure that we unify this brand, that we move forward, and we have the logos that we need to move forward as a school district. Like I mentioned, our current logos have served us well. They were designed by t-shirt companies, by other vendors wanting to doing business with the school district, by students, and some are reimaginations of existing logos for other entities that are not ours. So that's where the legal challenge may come. The risks that we pose include liability for the removal of unlicensed logos, the cost of the replacement when it comes to having to do it following a legal complaint or a lawsuit. And again, as we move forward with bond upgrades and bond construction, having access to professional high-resolution logos that will go into floors, that will go into facades, that will go into marquees. I can tell you that one of the general contractors reached out to us just last week for a logo for a school that will be used in a banner that will cover the chain link fence, and we decided to go with the bond logo because the logo for that school is so small, and expanding it will pixelated to where you couldn't read. So that's kind of some of the challenges we face as we move forward with this logo. You saw our logos before. I think it's the page before. Adrian, like I said, these are the current logos. A lot of them, most of them were, like I said, designed by vendors. The Reyes was designed by the Public Information Office when the school opened about 10 years ago. And other than that, it's either someone out of school, a student, a teacher, or a t-shirt maker that designed those logos. I must say that the eagle for the high school, while it is recognizable as Cantillo, is also recognizable as the Andres High School eagle and as, of course, the Philadelphia football team.
Wasn't an eagle an eagle?
Well, it is, there are designs for each one of them.
how much can you
Let's-
change up an eagle?
Let's work on Gustavo and then finishing the presentation, I could ask questions.
So next slide, why now? This whole process began when Presidio and the architects that you all hired to do the job for the bond reached out to our office and asked for high resolution logos that they will use in the renderings and the designs of floors, facades, all these things that go into the design and blueprint of the school. At that time, we informed them that we gave them the assets that we have, and it was determined that most of them were unusable, especially if they were going to expand them to a significant size. So the architectural firms emphasized that that the standards should be applied in order to provide logos that are usable. We wanted to make sure we updated these logos. We had conversations about this, and we wanted to make sure that there was an appetite out there to do it, and that because there is a need to do it as well. Next one. So in February, we issued a survey. We posted the link on all our social media channels, and we received about 200 responses. This is something that we did publicize, we shared it, and we asked the public to give us their input. What do they like about this logo? What could be improved about their logo? We found that while a lot of these logos are beloved and people really have a connection to them, there was also sentiment that people thought that modernization of our logos was also merited. So we decided to make sure that we heeded that advice and moved forward. With the help of our procurement office, we began a RFI process, a request for information process through the procurement office. We asked all the architecture firms that had been approved by the board if they have the capacity and the willingness to do the job of providing updated logos for the school district. One firm is the only one that responded in the positive. The rest said that they didn't have in-house designers. DLR was the company that said that they could do the work. So those services were deemed appropriate for the work that we had to do, and a contract using bond-approved architectural contracts, meaning the fees that were already approved by the Board of Trustees from the bond to be used in order to provide logos, not just for the 4 schools that are going to be rebuilt, but for the entire 10 campus portfolio of schools. The previous administration deemed that not necessary, but deemed it adequate, since we wanted to make sure that all schools had equitable access to modernized logos. We didn't want to have 4 of our schools have modern logos, and the other 6, or the opportunity to have modern logos, and the other 6 not do that. The cost of this, and I want to make sure I updated this information with the information that the procurement office gave me, is about $99,000, and wanted to make it, that is again part of the fees that the architectural firms had provided to the district already through the loan. So we engage with DLR. They have an arm that does branding and logo redesign. We engage with them, and they provide to us what they deem is the industry best practices in order to move forward with these projects. So they took the lead in how best to go about the creation of these logos, receive input from the community, who should be there, when to have these meetings, and then when to present it to the community at large. They have done this work in the past, they have done it successfully, and they have a process that they deem successful. And we wanted to make sure that as we go about that we are following industry standards. We want to make sure that we respect the work that graphic designers do, because they're professionals, and we wanted to make sure that we follow the process that will allow them to get the input that's necessary, get the input that's required, move forward with the work, and then present it at each step of the way to the stakeholders that they see as necessary at that point, culminating in a public session of input with the general public. So what we did is we asked each principal to gather a committee of stakeholders that included students, parents, employees, teachers, and stakeholders, business leaders that help them, all these things. The schools were charged with coming up with these stakeholders, and the result was 2 sessions at each school so far. We're not done with this. It's important to know that we are not done with this process. This process is still continuing. The result has been so far 20 meetings with stakeholders, including other general meetings with different groups of employees, where they've received input about the current logo, input that was heated, and then they came back with some ideas of logos that was presented to students, teachers, parents, PTOs, all these groups. They heard more input and came back with even more detailed logos that they're working on right now to bring back again for a 3rd time and make sure that we receive now. The next step would be that community input that is wide and that it's more wide-reaching into the community. So what we would receive is a branding guide. Every school would not just get a new logo, they will get actually a booklet with a guide on how, what their assets are, what things like, of course, the logo, but also their official colors, including Pantone numbers that they can provide vendors, including differentiation of typography that will become very unique to that campus, and samples of how to use this logo appropriately. In actuality, every school will get more than one logo because based on the work and the input of the community, for example, an eagle can be just a head, but they could also give us a beak or a talon or a wing that different organizations within that whole school can use. And that way you get more bang for your buck. And it's all tied together instead of having different sort of designs that are not cohesive. And it also helps in making sure that when we provide a vendor, whether it's t-shirt, whether it's uniform, that we provide them with the exact logo, with the exact way of using it, with the exact color and font size, and font type, so that our logos our branding is professional, it's cohesive, and it's forward thinking. This is what each school will get, an actual booklet. The district will also get a booklet for each campus so that we can manage that brand effectively here in central office. An additional perk is that as the owners of these brands now, because we would be copyrighting these brands, we would have the opportunity, and each school will have the opportunity to use them as fundraisers. They will be charged with, maybe enter into a partnership with Walgreens or Walmart in order to sell merch, or they could do it. They can do an online store where they sell hats, mugs, scarves, whatever it is, hoodies, in order to fundraise for their own organizations there as well. So, like I said, the progress to date is we've had more than 20 meetings with stakeholders for each campus. These have been strategic based on industry standards and best practices. They've included students, they've included parents, they've included coaches, parents, PTOs, staff members, business leaders. And it's been a pretty extensive progress with each group. We've spent more than an hour with each group at a time, receiving input, gathering all this information that the designers are taking back and implementing into their each specific school logo. And we are providing each school with preliminary work. Each committee is reviewing preliminary work and providing input as we continue to redefine and hone in on these schools. I personally met with students at both Northwest and at the high school in order to really present the logos, making sure that the student voice was heard at these two schools, and they're the high schools, and they really represent the brand of the district in a much more robust way. Met with student leaders at both schools, making sure that there was representation from different organizations, from athletics, fine arts, student government. And we had a very frank and extensive conversations about the logo and what they thought of the work that's being done right now. I can tell you that at every school we saw a lot of, at first, some apprehension. You know, people have ownership of their logos, and when we explain the challenges, understanding. And as we move through the process, there's been excitement about what the possibility of rebranding, excitement about some of the early designs that we've received. And we move forward, you can see some of the participations in these meetings. We've had good participation. It's been, you know, I think at CMS at one point we had over 50 people. Each principal did a good job of really recruiting, you know, these communities. And where the designers with DLR were very happy with the participation and the input from students as well. Next one. So we have some preliminary logo samples. I want to make sure that as we presented here today, that these are not final. These are just works in progress. We're still working with the schools, and we will work with the community at large when it comes time under these best practices to gather input and finalize these designs. The goal here is to really put it out there to the community for input in person, on social media, and online, so that they can give input as well. Again, this is for students, and we want to make sure that there's consistency across the district, consistency in the way we present our brands. The goal here, as stated to every single school, is twofold. The first one is to make sure that when you see that logo, you say, that's JDE, that is GES, that's CHS, that's Northwest. The second one is that your second thought is, and that is kind of DOIs. We want to make sure that there's cohesion in these brands, so that we can really set the brand of the district forward and have it guide us as we keep using it not just in the bond, but as we move forward. And these are some of the designs that we were working with that have been presented to these committees. Again, they're not finalized, and they still lack the typography, the fonts, right? That often really provide a lot of change to each one of these things. These have been done using the input from each of the campus. And again, we're still working on these to make sure that when the input that we've received from these communities, from students, from teachers, that we take it, then make a quote-unquote final version to present to the community for the final version using that input from the community. Next one. So we continue to make sure that we have that we think about branding as we move forward. The reputation of the district is really the charge of my department. We want to make sure that as we grow, that as we build new schools, that our population grows, and our opportunity to serve more students comes, that the reputation of the district continues to be top of mind. Recruitment and retention of students is based on reputation, and we know we have the opportunity here that using branding and using a logo redesign can help us move forward in that effort to make sure that we not just keep our students, that we bring the students that belong to us but are not with us right now, and to really be an option for those families that are not happy at the district they're at right now and want to find a school district is performing at a level that is served for their families. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
This time I'll take Mr. Martinez and then
Gustavo, I would like to correct you. Deficient, I don't think any of the logos are deficient, to be honest. We've used them for so many years in the past. Be meaningful. Everyone has a meaning, especially the kids that perform in that specific school. Branding, I believe in branding, but I'm having a hard time understanding how we were able to move $99,000 from the bond money. We're just in the process of trying to figure out how we're going to spend that money. And as you are aware, in the past, some of the board members have brought some issues to discuss regarding that money. And to release exactly $99,000 short of $1,000, okay, it is very difficult to understand as a trustee.
Ms. Martinez, I want to clarify that by deficient, I mean that they're not workable in what the architects need to meet their goals, which they are to be used in a large scale at their campuses.
And Gustavo, I understand that, but let me tell you, if I was to get a project, I will give it to my staff to develop something creative so that the clarity on that specific level will be clear and can be enlarged to any size. I understand about the rebranding. I understand about the new logos. I understand that some of the campus need it, like Northwest Campus. They do need that logo. All right. I also understand that Davenport with the new site, we need that logo. The same thing with Under Every, possibly. But to change it just because we want to change it, it makes it very difficult. And using the bond money makes it even harder for me to understand. I understand what the community wants. I do understand. But I'll tell you what, next year, March and May, we're going to have a heck of a time trying to balance that budget. Okay? And I want to tell you again, my opinion is, my main concern is to balance that budget.
And I want to say that the previous administration under Dr. Galaviz decided that while yes, the 4 schools were the priority in redesign of logos, he did not want to not give that same opportunity to the existing schools that were not going to be rebuilt. That this was an equity issue in the eyes of the previous administration.
Any other questions, Mr. Martinez?
Not at this point.
Ms. Boyle?
So I have a couple, Gus. So the 99, is it 95 or 99?
It's 99. I used the information that I had from the previous memo, but.
And 99, we get the design of the logos.
Yes.
And you could sell it at Walgreens, all that.
The branding guide, yes.
For $99,000.
It is work that is done for each logo, so each school.
I get it, I understand. Do we not have the capabilities in-house? Do we not have a graphic designer in Carmentillo and our PR department?
Well, we do have a graphic designer. What we don't have is the breadth of work my staff has been reduced. So we likely would have had to spend just that time that is done for this to focus solely on redesigning of the logos. It was also a request from the previous administration to seek outside help in doing this work.
And I understand that you're between a rock and a hard place. And hey, I'm your champion. I think that you do need professional, nice logos. But $99,000 I think is a lot, number one. And I don't think the question is the logo, because if you go and vote and everybody votes in the student body and they say they want the old Eagle one and it passes the smell test, the Steve Blanco test, and we could keep it. And yes, I was at a bigger district, but it was a lot more schools, and we did it in-house. And I promise you, it would not, even if we hired somebody part-time to help that person, it would not cost that. And I'm all about supporting what the schools want. And I do believe that Northwest Early College, and some of those are great, but that's a lot of money. For that, I'll apply for the job. I don't want to be a cafeteria worker because I cook at home, but they do deserve that logo. But I think we could do it in-house. And I know you can't say in previous administration and all that we made that decision, but that's a lot of money, number one. We can use bond money. It's legal. I've seen it done. We've done it. We did it with 2 bonds because that's what the bond is for. But I do think that it's a lot of money.
It's the process.
You could ask questions after.
Yeah. So the thing is the process, the way it was done, because what I'm hearing is that it was cherry picked who gave their 2 cents. If you really want to do it right, you start over, or maybe we don't have that time, I don't know, to go and you do, you say, hey, this is what the committee came up with, which one do you like, and vote, or whatever. I don't know how you fix that. But I think that amount of money is a lot of money. I think we need to have conversations, because I think we can do it in-house.
And I want to clarify that the principals were asked to really invite their school community in here. An invitation went out through the principals to make sure that we had sound representation there. Again, we had parents, PTOs, we had business leaders, we had teachers, students, obviously, that helped us do this. So it was broad, and again, based on industry standards, this is the process that they outline as best practice for the logo redesign.
But Gus, the point I'm trying to make is, yes, the principal picked. I was a principal, I know how that works, but did the baseball coach have input? Did the dance teacher have input? Did the debate teacher have input? And the debate kids? I doubt you had that big of a committee. That's why the whole student body has to vote on the process.
And that's part of the process. That's the next step in the process. Again, we're not done with this process yet. We're in the process where the next.
So the coach could get all the football players to vote against that. Just kidding, coach. I know you would never do that, but
yes.
See, so there's still that.
Oh yes. We're not. This is coming in the middle of this process.
And they're gonna have opportunity to look at a lot of logos, including the one they still have.
Yeah, I mean, we will have options for them to get. Yes, absolutely. We are making sure that we have a committee that's been involved and has representation, but the goal here is to present to the community at the school at large and the entire Cantillo community at large, give them the option to give us their input and have a say in this as well.
Okay, so do we already have a contract with them? Because the reason that it's here is because of the money, because we don't have to say what logo goes at Cantillo High School, whether you graduated from there or not. We don't have to say. That's the school community say. That's in-house. That's what Ms. Maldonado is saying. She's not trying to micromanage. She's trying to talk about the money. So do we already have a contract? Because if you do, and you already got into it, this is a moot point.
Yes, we already have a contract.
Steve, is this a moot point?
It's already under contract, yes.
I will answer, well.
And that's it. I just wanted to say that I support wholeheartedly parents and students and all of you who want a new logo. I believe in branding. I do feel that you have to have the right logo to pixelate it. I do understand all that. I think we could do it in-house. But if we already have a contract, this is a moot point, and it can be paid with bond money because I've seen it done several times in different school districts. So I guess they're going to ask, can we get out of the contract? Okay, Lily's next, or Brianne's next.
It's actually Ms. Barnes, then Ms. Ortega, then Ms. Maldonado.
Okay, so I also had requested this agenda item, and Ms. Maldonado beat me to it. So I do appreciate it being here for us to discuss, and I just want to make it clear. I'm only speaking for myself. I don't know how anybody else feels up here, but I, for one, am not against rebranding in any way, shape, or form. I know that it's an important process that needs to be had. It does bring in that belonging, that community, that pride that we want in our schools. But it's the process that took place that throws up a lot of red flags to me that I think need to be discussed. And I do have questions about the contract because we've been receiving different information. So first and foremost, I have the contract in front of me from May 1st with Dr. Galaviz. Am I allowed to talk about it? Okay, just want to make sure. So this contract is for $99,000. And my biggest concern about this is the timing and the amount. So at that time, our purchasing amount was $100,000. Yes. I have requested at the end of March for us to talk about that purchasing amount to bring it down to $50, what's stated in law. That was not on the agenda until June or July. So this happened in the interim. After I had already requested the amount be changed, this went through without any of us knowing that it happened. Granted, I know that at that time, the administration had the ability to do contracts under $100,000 without bringing them to the board. But this contract is for $99,000 plus in the contract, if you read the fine print, it says to allocate an additional $20,000 as a placeholder for the original artwork and photography. So technically, this contract was for $119,000 and should have come before the board for discussion.
And just to clarify, I was not here at that time.
I know you were not.
Yes, and so in doing all the research, I did pull all that information for you. The other thing is that yes, we did have a CH local in place at that time. It came into, it was officially approved in June. And so after that, we did have this contract already in place. And yes, you're correct for the dates. As I've been pulling all that information for you, and I did provide a timeline, I did provide all the specifics on the branding and what it includes, and the additional 175 per hour if we were to need additional from that contract.
And speaking to that, so I have lots of questions here, but one of what you just talked about is one of my questions. So we've had a total of 20 meetings at least in person at the campuses. And in this contract, it says that we will have 3 to 5 meetings held virtually. And if there are in-person meetings, there would be an additional cost of $175 an hour. So were we charged for those in-person meetings that we had at the campuses?
I have not seen that invoicing come in yet. And so that is just what we will be bringing forward. We can bring that forward.
Is someone here from DLR that can answer that question for me?
Don't believe that here.
No, ma'am.
There are no in-person meetings.
And just to clarify, I know you had asked to look at, you were doing comparing the cost between doing it online. I think you found some numbers online, what it would cost. So I did reach out to a couple of the companies, and so one of the things would be, yes, a maximum of 10,000 would be for one logo. Okay, so I did do that, and it comes on levels, low, medium, and high. So based on your low, it would be just a regular logo. You send me the information, and I send you a JPEG. The medium would be, I have some meetings with you, and we define it, we make it a prettier design, and so that would actually include a meeting where we would actually charge you. The 10,000 is where it would be more defined. It would require expertise. It would require, what are we going into, copyright infringements, all of that. So that's where that 10,000 comes in per logo. And so I just thought I'd just clarify that for you.
And so speaking, actually, another one of my questions was about the logos and the prices themselves. So you're saying 10,000 per logo, but that doesn't align with what's in the contract.
That's right.
Okay, so because I'm just confused as to why 6 logos for the elementary school are going to cost $30,000, but then only 2 logos for the 2 high school are going to cost $40,000.
And going back to the specifics, I've been doing more research, and that is where I have sent out an email to DLR asking for them to provide me that information, and I can provide it to all of you in the Thursday packet.
And I think I can answer at least part of that. The middle schools and the high schools were giving broader choices. When it came down to designs, they worked on, the elementary schools got 3 designs to pick from as far as for input. The middle schools and the high schools got 5 or 6.
Okay, and to speak to that, Gustavo, and thank you for that, but that is actually opposite of what the contract states. So the contract states that every single campus is going to get 6 options, and then with those 6 options, they're gonna get 2 revision drafts with those 6 options. So I think you guys are seeing our confusion, our concern, because there's so much different information that's coming out. What Ms. Campbell is referring to in my meeting that I had with all of cabinet last week. So I do graphic design at my job. I do logos, I do all kinds of stuff. Okay, so today, and within an hour, I came up with 6 different logos that we could use for any eagle that we have here at Hennepin. So if you would like my services for free, I can do that.
Well, Ms. Barnes, I would say, as someone who leads a shop with a graphic artist who's college trained, who has
yes, I'm not.
And I would say that we have the expectations for these logos, given the usage, are high. We're taking them in a very serious manner, making sure that we're providing the community with a logo that will be long lasting, that will be cohesive, that will be part of a unity and team of logos for the school district.
And I agree with you. And one of the things that I brought to cabinet, and this was just in a couple minutes of research, there's one website in particular that I have used for different things, 99 Designs. You can get all copyright ownership for all of your designs. You work with graphic designers from all over the world, so you get designs, more designs than you can even imagine to choose from. That we could take those designs, we could take them to the campuses and get their feedback and ask for revisions, and it's all included in that price. And even for the high standards of different revisions, so on and so forth, it's $1,300 per logo. So that's just to be brought up to kind of team into what Trustee Borrego was mentioning about, can we do this in-house to save ourselves some bond money, to make sure that we're not only going through the process and completing the projects that we've promised to the community, but also leaving as much money in that pot as possible at the end to try to cover some alternates that right now we don't have the money to fund. And that's really my concern. My concern is that this was never brought to us to discuss the amount when it should have been. And then to go back to if we can revoke the contract, and I don't know who answered the question for that for our Thursday packet. Was it Ms. Campbell? Okay, so it says there's no cost to terminate the contract. However, the district is required to reimburse the vendor for any services provided to date and fulfill payments for any outstanding invoices pertaining to the services provided under this contract. Do we know what they have done so far?
Yes, they've done, like I said, they've done 2 rounds of logo designs. They've done over 20 meetings with our staff. So, I'm not sure how to quantify that in money, but they're pretty far in advance in the process. And I would say that I would hate to relegate the work that graphic designers do to something that can be done just by anyone. These are professional services, and they require knowledge and they require thoughtfulness. So we do want to make sure that as we move forward in the school district in receiving assets, not just in logos, but in anything we do, I think we have the expectation of quality that would require making sure that we work with graphic designers or anyone who's providing a service, that we can assess their work and their training and preparation.
And I understand the expertise that they bring. And I think we could have still utilized that in a different way at a lesser level. I mean, Ms. Borrego mentioned how it was done at Medicus. Is that what we mentioned? the students got involved, the community got involved, they came up with the logos, and then they were refined from there by the expert. And I think we could have done something like that for a lot less than possibly $119,000 altogether. Now, in regard to that extra $20,000, why would the artwork and the photography files not be included in the work that they're performing for us?
My guess, and I can only guess because I'm not sure what the photography they're talking about. We've not done any photography. We don't have any plans to do photography. The assets that they will provide are digital, and we would use them on our own. We have no plans to use photography services from them.
And it talks about the original artwork. So the way that I look at that is the artwork that they prepare. So it would be their artwork, their designs that they're preparing. And I know it does state in here that we would receive the Illustrator CC document and the Adobe PDF document. Do you know if those documents are the live and editable versions of those texts, or are they just the images?
I would have to, I don't want to misspeak, so I would have to check into that and get an answer for you. However, I do know that those logos will be copyrighted and owned by the school district, not DLR.
And,
if I may,
please.
Ms. Carter, one of the things that I have reached out to the vendor to DLR is I've asked them for a very detailed timeline, letting us know exactly what that scope of work looks like. And so I will provide that to you. So I'm waiting to hear back from them. I just emailed them last.
I do appreciate that, because it looks like in their contract there was a lot of copy and paste, right? Each individual category that has a different price has exactly the same description in each, so it doesn't really describe why each one is different. But it's really important that the digital files that we're getting from them are the layered files that are editable, and it's not just the images.
Yes, absolutely. There will be the professional layered files that the district and the schools can use in order for us to have full ownership of them. Yes.
Okay, and then one of the other things that's mentioned is the fonts. So it talks about DLR group licenses fonts for our computers only, meaning for DLR only. Anyone who works with these fonts will need to purchase a separate license. So again, this is an additional fee on top of what's stated here that not only we're going to incur, but also all of our vendors who print all of our stuff, they're going to have to download those fonts if they don't have them as well. So,
and I support your concern, and so this is why I've asked for that detail, and I will, I hope to meet with them and provide you that information. So to say that this is what they've done and we've committed to, we have not fully committed until we issue a purchase order. Okay, so that purchase order is still waiting to be issued, because I am waiting to see what's been done so far and receive an invoice to support that work.
And Ms. Barnes, to answer your question, the font that's behind you in that seal is the Futura font. It's called actual type. That type is private, owned by someone else, and anyone who uses it must download it in order to provide services to the school district already.
So for that particular logo, but if we use different logos in all of the or different fonts or texts in all of the different fonts,
So vendors that want to do business with the school district and want to use our official assets, they'll probably have to, if they don't own them already, would have to do that, just like they do if they want to use this one.
And is there a way for us to use the Creative Cloud free logos that are there so that we don't have to pass that down to not just ourselves later on, but also all the vendors that we use locally?
If we want to own our logos, no, there's no way.
Okay.
We want to own our logos.
So in order for them to be owned and copyrighted, it has to be a font that has to be purchased.
Correct, because otherwise that font belongs to someone else.
Okay. So yes, if we can get detailed information on all of that, you're saying that when the PO comes to you, we would get that information before it's paid?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is why I've reached out to them, just to see exactly detail everything that's been done so far to date.
Okay. I do appreciate that, and just I guess a question for Mr. Blanco. So my concern with the rebranding when I found out about it was that in the bond language we did not talk about rebranding or new logos, anything of that sort. So I do understand how that could fit into our 4 campuses that are being rebuilt. but legally, do we need to have any issues with the other 6 campuses?
No, thank you. We ran by Arnold Cantu, our bond counsel. The scope of the issuance for the bond allowed for this to be done. He gave us a written opinion that was pretty smooth.
Okay, thank you so much.
Superintendent?
Okay, so I wanted to state that I am not against the rebranding. I think it's a great idea to, rebrand some of those older, logos. But what I am against is the high cost. It is incredible cost. I think it would have been a better idea to hire somebody as a graphic designer for the school district, and then we could have had them design all kinds of stuff, all kinds of logos. Truthfully, for $119,000, I think we could have hired somebody on, even if it was just part-time. I think we also have a lot of creative minds in our schools. I mean, I know that you want high pixels, but our kids are super smart. And graphic design is one of the things they do. We could have challenged them saying, hey, we can, do a $500 scholarship. We could have approached this a different way and opened it up to the whole community, that everybody know. It feels like it was just kind of hidden, so that people wouldn't find out about it. And I want the community to know that, hey, we're doing this. We want to do it as a community. We want people's input. We want fresh ideas. But the cost is way too high. I think maybe for the 4 schools that are getting, new campuses, maybe for them, since they're going to need those logos. But otherwise, the other 6 could have waited. I would have liked to have the buildings up and done, money left over, and then we could have said, hey, we have this money left over. Let's go ahead and rebrand.
We did consider whether or not we needed to do it now. The input from architects is that it's more, that it's cheaper and less expensive for the school district to have a design as you're building, then build a school and implement a design later on. So that was part of that's what triggered this whole process. Their need to have a design as they started, thinking about what the school will look like. And Ms. Ortega, I agree with you. We have tons of talented students here, and while I encourage students to give input, and we have, I would caution against using student work as official work for the school district. Not to downgrade their talent, but we do expect professionalism in what we do as part of what we put out. And just like we wouldn't hire student teachers to lead our classrooms, I don't think we would hire student graphic artists to do our design.
And then my second question, if we were able to revoke it,
So my question is, if we were able to revoke it, what would that entail and how would it be done?
2 things. One, you look at the contract and see how much work they've already earned. I understand Ms. Campbell's point about the detail and the PO, but they do have an agreement with us. And so while you might be able to terminate that, I don't know how far Gustavo can tell us how far they're into that process. I don't know. But you would only save the difference.
The chair, any other questions? This will be next, and then I'll say some stuff, and then I'll.
So just to go back a little bit to put everybody up to par. So back in February, when this was presented by you, Gustavo, under a previous administration, we specifically asked for the information that we have asked in the cabinet meeting just that took place. We asked for sign-in sheets, we asked for survey information, and the committees that were involved in these meetings. Never received anything, nothing, 0. That's why I personally, on September 18th, when I met with Cabinet and Dr. Arellano, you were there, I asked for it again. And I put it in writing. Ms. Campbell was there as well. Same thing. Survey, when was it done? I want to see the responses, because 200 responses, and I mentioned it. That number is minimal. Sign-in sheets. So now we're going to blame the principals because they didn't invite the community, based on what you said. Principals were set, well, you didn't say to blame them, but that's how I'm taking it. It's like principals were told to invite. Okay, so you're talking about business people, you're talking about parents, but no mention of CBAC. CBAC is big in our bond project. They should have been number one on these committees. What business leaders? What parents? And I made a comment when you presented this. Look at the people that participated. 10 people. 10 people cannot speak for the community, even if it's that school community only, all right? That to me, that is not enough to make a change like that because of the cost. And again, I'm not for rebranding. I think it's, for the new school builds, do it now. But for the others, unfortunately, it's going to cost a lot. And in your presentation, you mentioned the costs for replacing the logos, for the uniforms, for the athletics department, for all of that. All right. Ms. Campbell, I had asked you about the revoke. Can we revoke? Yes, we can. I had asked for the scope of work. I understand now why you didn't include it, because you have not received it.
Right.
On some of my questions, like the sign-ins, the response is that you have requested it from DLR and they haven't responded. This was asked since February. We're now what? September? Plenty of time to get it to them, to get it back to present it to us. Plenty of time. It seems like we ourselves don't know what is included in the contract. This was presented, like I said, in February to the board as just a discussion. This is what we're thinking. The contract was signed on May 1st by previous administration for the amount of $99,000 with minimal details, which is the reason we asked for more specifics. But now I'm understanding that there's an additional cost of $20,000, which would have brought it up to $119,000. Then in June, we, the board, said we're bringing that down under CH Local to $50,000. So now it's like ding, 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 bells are going off in my head. Now I see why the rush to sign it on May 1st, because then it didn't have to come before the board. But if the amount was $119,000, it should have, but it was split up from what I'm understanding and hearing now. $99,000, $20,000, separate. Smart. Now, you mentioned in your presentation that the services included in board approved architectural contracts. What services?
The design services for the logos.
The design.
Yes.
So then why are we being charged an additional $99,000 if it was already included in the contract?
That amount still has to be paid, but I think Mr. Solis, Trustee, you can see that on how it's being applied to that cost.
So, hopefully I can provide some clarification. When the voters approved the bond in May of 2024, and shortly after you hired Presidio as your program manager, the trains left the station. 4 years to design and build 4 new schools and 6 renovations in 4 years is a very aggressive schedule. To answer your question, because of the prudence of the board when they approved the 2 middle schools to be granted to one architect, we were able to aggressively negotiate a much lesser basic fee than what we budgeted for. We saved $1.3 million in their basic architecture fee, just with DLR alone. With the other architectural firms, we saved another $1 million. So we have $2.3 million in savings on their basic fees. In their contract, this is not in their basic fee, it would be in addition. So it would be an ad fee. Ad fees are a lot more expensive if we do it through an ad fee. So the district decided to do it through an RFI, through approved architectural firms through the RFQ for their architectural services on bond 2024. Because of that, that $2.3 million can be used for this type of design work. That's about 4% of those savings. So, and that's how the district would pay for it, and still realize savings on their basic design fees.
So, Mr. Ortiz, so what you're saying is the services are included in the board approved because you were able to negotiate them down, and it included the design process?
It does not include graphic design.
That's an add-on.
That would be an additional fee.
So, again, we're going to miscommunication and misinformation of factual stuff. That should not be included in here as services included in board-approved architectural contracts.
Well,
That should not be. Because if it's not, if it's an add-on like you have it here, then that's misleading.
Well, the architects are approved under the RFQ for the bond program.
But services included.
The basic design services do not include graphic design for logos.
Basic.
It's just the basic design fee does not include that. If we wanted to include it as an additional service fee, it would be more expensive to do it that way than to do what the district did through an RFI.
So the bottom line is that, and I agree with Ms. Barnes because it's broken down where 6 elementary schools, 30,000, two middle schools, 35,000, 2 high schools, 40,000. My next question is why a brand for the district?
We are not engaging in the brand of the district right now.
It's under their brand development for the school district for
that work has not
9,000.
been done.
And this goes back to the detailed questions that I've asked the DLR to let us know exactly where they are in this process. What have they done so
Yeah, the
far?
work we've done is campus-based, right?
So right now, the 99,000 might not even be the full amount.
Yes, ma'am.
How can we sign that contract when we're not even sure of the dollar amount?
So that was just
Hold on. The dollar amount is in there and there's a commitment to a certain amount. I think the angst you guys have is that there are additional services the district may request. Those are optional. It's my understanding from my conversations with Dr. Calabrese and others who are involved in the procurement of this is that they have no intention of using those services, thereby keeping the contract below the threshold to come to the board. Y'all can take issue with that as board members if you want to. That's an administration's board decision. The board understood and were told, the administration understood and was told, this is the amount that goes to the board, this is the amount they said they wanted the contractor for. That's up to them. The idea that it's automatically going to go over $100,000, $99,000 is not correct.
Because if you add all of these, it does go over 100,000, right? But the
Correct.
contract was signed for 99,000.
Well, the contract was signed for a scope of services that includes work the district internally committed to an amount. Now, if they had committed to go over it, then my advice to them was it has to come to the board. Obviously, they didn't bring it to the board. That's an administrative decision.
And this is just the design process again. So now, Ms. Barnes asked about in-house. So I know that you said that you are short-staffed. My response is, how many other campuses and departments are not short-staffed?
Ms. Maldonado, the only thing I can say to that is that my office received a charge to proceed with this process, and we took it up. So we've engaged with DLR, including the graphic designer in my office, to make sure that we are working with the best practices under the DLR agreement that we have, working with students, parents, and the community of each campus to deliver what was asked of us to deliver under this contract. The work we've done so far has been work in collaboration with DLR, fully understanding that they are the professionals doing logo design, because it is more than just graphic design, it's logo design, which does include the branding guide, the rollout, the process of engaging with the community, these communities. So my office was asked to engage in that manner, and that's what we are right now.
So I agree with Ms. Borrego too, that I think this needed to start to decide if to go forward with that. We needed input from the student body.
And we did.
No.
Yes, ma'am.
There was a few. I'm talking the entire student body at CHS,
Well,
the entire student body at Northwest.
Sure.
Again, AMS Middle School, I can see because they're brand new buildings, and I can see where, let's put this new logo. But the existing campuses, especially CHS Northwest, you did engage students, but not the entire student body.
So we are in the process of getting.
I know, but that should have been, in my opinion, process, and again, I don't speak for anyone, it's me.
And
that should have been process number one.
Well, and again, we're following best standards based on logo redesign, so we decided to follow the standards of experts in logo redesign.
And I'm not responsible or accountable to DLR. I'm not accountable and responsible to you. I'm accountable and responsible to the community, the constituents, the voters of this community, the ones that voted for this bond. Right. And my question was regarding what Ms. Barnes said about the language, because it was not included in there, and I had brought that up. But Mr. Blanco, thank you for clarifying that. So my question now is, we cannot revoke. We have to go forward with $99,000 on just the design?
You can stop the contract, but you're gonna owe them for the work that's been performed.
That's understandable. That's why I asked for a scope of, an amount for the scope of work that has been done.
And I reached out to them, yes, on Friday when I met with them this month.
Now, it's money that's spent. That's why I want to know how much has been spent. And where has that money come from?
Yes, so like I said before, we're gonna be getting all the details as to where we're at exactly, as far as that scope of work. What has been done, what has been completed, where are we up to date? And provide us that proof. That is what I've asked.
And find out what maybe, this is my suggestion, possibly find out what the cost would be for the branding of the new builds.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Which are, what?
Chair, was next, and then I'll let you go. Were you done in this one?
Yes.
I think in regards to CBAC's role is to make sure that the money that was for the bond is spent. I think what we've had in the past, and as we know, were from night and day in regards to how we ran the bond program back then and what we're doing now. I really want to give credit to staff in Presidio to really, being able to, as we're going to approve the next GMPs tonight, and in the future, we're running a really well-run bond program, and CBAC's role is to hold accountability. CBAC previously would give the recommendations, and I think that's where some of the miscommunication happened in the past, but I don't want to repeat the past. In regards to, I think we're overstepping our roles as board members. I think we're going too much into the details and what our role is. We shouldn't be telling administration how to do their job. And I think a lot of the conversation and what's been in writing over the past couple of weeks, I think that needs to stop. I think we need to set those expectations, and we need to have training as board members to realize when we set those expectations, we do that when we're evaluating either the superintendent or the interim superintendent. Us telling them how to do their job, I think you all have been on campus, there's site-based management decisions. And I agree, I want more public input, I do. I want to make sure everybody is involved and engaged in this process because this is a community decision. And that's what we should be looking at. We could set those expectations high, but to tell administration how to do that, that's not our role as board members. In regards to, the cost, I think you look at, Ms. Campbell had provided some numbers in regards to those costs, and they're in line, whether it's $10,000 per campus or $5,000 per elementary school and $20,000 per high school. I think the amount of cost, we could have, gone to anything online and just, you could even actually give it to AI right now, and they'll give you a free one. And that's not, I don't want that for this community. I want to make sure that the students are engaged, the staff is engaged, and we have to go back out to the community once we come with different options, so that way we can make that into a community-based decision. That's what we should be doing moving forward. With that, Mr. Martinez, I'll let you.
This is.
I forgot, I'll let the students, as well. Appreciate it.
Administration, I know you got a directive from your superintendent, and there's nothing you can do right now. However, this is to our new superintendent, interim superintendent. Let's be proactive and be reactive. I think if we knew we had a meeting, which was gonna be an issue for discussion, see where we stand with dates. When we sign a contract, have dates very specific, the performance to a certain amount. When is the deadline for these logos? What are the expectations? 50%, 30%, 60%? Very clearly. Look at the contract one more time. Be very specific, review it over and over. Because what we're seeing now and what we have seen in the past is some of those contracts, there's a lot of flaw in those contracts. So please, take the time.
Address that real quick, Mr. Martinez. I agree with you wholeheartedly that we need to set these timelines. And I must say that the process did come to pause during the summer, precisely because we wanted to make sure that there was student voice and there was parental input in this process. So we did delay that process until the school restarted again. And that might have delayed a little bit of the delivery of these assets, but we're on track to making sure that we have a timely delivery. Because we also have to turn it over to the architects, make sure that design is included as construction crews start their work.
And that's correct. I think the contractors and architects don't need it now,
right,
but they will need it probably a year into construction.
Sure.
And I'm disappointed that DLR is charging us for those logos, at least 2 of them, since their contract is about $7.5 million. $7.5 million. And they couldn't do 2 logos for 40 grand?
And that's a good point, Trustee Martinez, because one of the things that I've asked is I'm trying to see if we can negotiate this. And moving forward, I know now we are at the 50K threshold, and so no contract will be signed unless it has your approval first. And if there is anything under the 50K, of course you'll see it in all the checks that we run and all that good stuff from Ms. Pulley. And so Ms. Pulley is also in support of that no contract over 50K will be signed unless it has your approval first. And any project that is up to 50K, we need to change the language, not to exceed 50K. Just give you that level of comfort knowing that you will not exceed the 50K. You will do everything possible to keep it under the 50K. Okay?
Did you want the students?
Sure.
So I'd just like to go ahead and give kind of a perspective from the student's point of view. So essentially at Northwest Early College High School, we do plan for maximum involvement. When we did hear about these new logos and new designs, we did want to make sure everyone from the debate kids to the larger organizations like Student Council, NHS, were involved in this process. So we did hold a meeting and planned and invited anyone who is interested for it. So for example, we did have leaders and representatives from each organization, parents, teachers, and others, just overall students interested to go ahead and come to the meeting. We opened it up to them. We made sure that anyone's voice who wanted to be heard is heard. And then that's all thanks to, like we said, it was on the principal's job to go ahead and recruit and kind of put it out there, and Mr. Hunt did an amazing job. And I do understand the points of views, for example, I can't remember who exactly said it, being in-house and making a student do it. We do have plenty of talented students at Northwest and all over the years. However, we would like to see something kind of professionally done. We would like to see something we are all able to rally behind. Because if you go to Northwest, you can go ahead and ask any student. They don't know what our school logo is. That's why the majority of the people speaking today, we're all like, oh, we don't have a school logo. Because in reality, we have a crest. It's something to represent who we are, and that has changed over the course of the years. We're not the same school as we were back in the summer of 2008 when the school first opened. Now, I do understand that of course this is a lot of money, and of course I'm a student, but overall I do believe this logo and this redesign is worth because as in the weeks leading up to the meeting, when I first learned about this was on the agenda, I went around and I started talking to students. I was there in the classrooms. I was talking to underclassmen, upperclassmen, people I don't usually talk to, just to see their opinion on it. You should have seen the way their face lights up, just to see the idea of them getting a new logo. Not only is it just something that we can have pride in, but professionalism. Like someone did say, it does go on our letters of recommendation. It does go on multiple programs. Like I myself have applied to multiple programs, and that logo and that crest does go on it. I urge you guys to kind of take into consideration everything said when you guys do go on the topic, because it is something that does affect not only myself but future Griffins. All the way up from the high schools all the way down to the elementaries. Like it does affect everyone in a great way. Now the community was pretty involved, at least with our school. We did have parents, the organizations, and all that.
So first of all, I just want to say, speaking from the perspective of a Canfield High School student, I am in favor of a logo redesign. The way we're doing it, I am not in favor of. But first of all, I mean, when you look at our logo, you imagine the Philadelphia Eagles or Sunelli or Andrews. They have the same logo that we do, right? And it's just different colors that change that for us. But I want the community or another school that looks at us, like for example, I'm in basketball, or when another basketball team looks at us, they're not going to know who we are, right? And I want something that when you look at it, you see Canfield High School, and then our logo doesn't represent that. I think Mr. Abels has done a great job with involving students. Like me personally, I got together a group of presidents from every single club in the school, every single sport in the school, and I've gotten them all to put their input into what we're doing so we can get a general idea around the school of what everybody wants, right? I think he's done a good idea at that, but I'm not an expert in any way on how we're spending our bond money. But what I do know is we need to be careful with it. And what it sounds like with the amount we're spending, the way we're doing it through this firm, it's a lot of money. And I think we have very talented people around the district, or even, to use Ms. Barnes' 6 designs that she has. I think there's better ways we can go about getting new logos than spending all of this money for what we're doing. I think that a lot of people around the community might not want the logos changed because of what they had and nostalgia from what they did back in the day. But my rebuttal to that, I think current students are much more important than, this kind of ISD is about students here, not about people that were in the past. And I'll be an alumni student and I won't see these new logos in the time that I'm here. But I want to see a new direction for Canfield High School and Canfield ISD, and I do want to see the new logo redesigns. So, for my input, I think the students want it, but the decision is yours.
Well, I just want to say, I do feel that I'm assuming good intentions on everyone's part, from Dr. Galaviz to anyone that was involved for the rebranding and the vision that was had. I do hear that we're not in agreement on the process and how it was done. I can't speak for not being here or, Ms. Campbell either, but moving forward, all your points are taken and will be implemented in the contract we normally, that we have. It is a very strict process. We do vet through our legal counsel when we do contracts, and there is a back and forth that is done. So moving forward, any work that is done on any of the other bonds, I can assure you that's what's going to happen. I also feel that maybe we can have a happy medium with the old and the new and mesh something together to still keep what the campuses would like, so that there can be that. But ultimately, it is going to be, a decision that is, it's already been made, and we need to move forward with with the process and what we have, and if that means, whatever that may be, revoking or moving forward. Administration's recommendation is to move forward and not lose the money that has been spent already. But of course, you know, with the board, so whatever that entails. But there has been some work done, and we'll be out logos, and we'll still have to pay to get logos. Because these are capital investments and they're going to be fixtures in our campuses. It's something that is very important. Mr. President, and just really quickly, I think that we're so far into this contract and all the work that's been done, I think we're going to find that we're going to lose money if we go the other way. I think we need to really listen to what Mr. Ortiz said from Presidio about all the money that was saved, especially from DLR, if I'm not mistaken. Are you still here, Mr.
Yes.
Presidio?
Yes.
So, oh, there you are. Mr. Presidio. That's what you're known as, you know. But I think that we need to take that into account, and we all know that we need to go forward. We listen to the kids up here, and they've been talking to their colleagues. They want branding, and they want professional branding. I think that you hit the nail on the head when you said, I think the problem that the board has is the process and the communication. The communication is not there. Even when we ask, it's not there. And I think that's the biggest issue. Because I can promise you that everybody on this board wants the kids to have a new logo. Or to have what they want for their schools, especially because we have brand new schools. And branding does matter. And I think we're so far in
Mr.
that
Chair,
we're going to lose.
let's go on this real quick. I mean, we have a long agenda.
I wasn't finished yet.
Habla mucho.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. I'm advocating for them, for the students. But I do want to say, I don't think we're voting. I mean, this is a decision that administration and the schools make. It's not our call what logo. If they want a bear to look skinny bear or big bear or whatever, that's their choice. But I think we're so far in, we need to be diligent, and we have to remember what Mr. Ortiz said about the money that was saved already, those millions of dollars, and this is 100,000 or 119,000. Okay, now I'm finished.
I just have one more thing. It's not about us telling admin what to do. It's again about the process and the miscommunication type thing. And so yourself, Mr. Rodriguez, just mentioned right now the importance of community input. And it's about the transparency to that community. And so I have no control over how you take it, but I'm going to continue to ask questions. And it's not a matter of telling you what to do. It's knowledge is power. And when I ask questions, I become powerful because you're giving me that knowledge. Thank you.
Okay, we're not voting.
No, I think with that, I think the more important thing, Gustavo, from here on out, is making sure that we continue to elevate the community, and we need to make sure that everybody's represented, not just athletics, fine arts, everybody. And so that way it could be a community-based decision, because this is a good thing.
It is, and I want to say that message is clearly heard, and it's part of the process that was already in place. We just got to this presentation a little bit early before, but we'll make sure to hit that milestone with community input, as we move forward.
And we're going to have to continue to invest in marketing, because Idea Public Schools puts $1.2 million a year, and this is going to be part of not just the brand, but how we're going to go out and market our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Ms. Campbell, you're still going to provide us with that information, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm pending that. And just to clarify, I think I had mentioned this when we were doing the evaluation for the superintendent search. I would like to provide you with a purchasing training, just so you'll understand the process and what it entails, anywhere from quoting to meeting with vendors, conflict of interest, questionnaires. What does that all entail? So it's very important for you to understand that process. So I don't just bring items before you and you'll have those questions.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Dr. Arellano, I know it's not on the agenda, but maybe we could consider scheduling that.
Once we hire the superintendent.
Oh,
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Dr. Arellano.
And just for clarification in regard to the things that you're asking DLR for, so one of those things that I didn't ask about was the guidebook or the guidelines that we're looking at. In the contract it states a one-pager, but in our presentation it actually has a booklet. Things like that are big differences, big dollar amount differences as well. And then clarification in regard to, because we've heard two different things, is this being paid for with bond funds or bond interest funds? Not bond interest. Okay, because we heard twice it was bond interest, so I wanted that clarified out in the open meeting. Bond money, all right.
This is why you have a regulation in place.
Perfect, thanks.
So to clarify further, it's from the 2.3 savings of the negotiation, but by the short fees to the architects.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That will take us to the next item.
Item 5A, consider an approval, item number 4, public hearing. For A, a public hearing will be held regarding the 2025-2026 property tax rate. The public is invited to attend and provide public comment. Presenter, Christy Pulley.
Good evening, President Rodriguez, Interim Superintendent Dr. Arellano, and board members. I am bringing to you the public hearing. As you know, we had originally had our public hearing previously. However, there was a requirement on our public posting that was not correct. So in order to keep our tax rate and everything within the legalities, we are repeating this hearing. So I'll start with talking about our top 10 taxpayers. And if you notice, our top 10, our first two top taxpayers have remained constant. It's the tenant hospitals as well as the El Paso outlet. Those are our biggest taxpayers in our tax base. The next slide will show you our maintenance and operations tax rate calculation. This is a rate that is provided by TA. It is our compressed rate and has decreased about a quarter of a penny for this upcoming school year. We have two components of the tax rate, the first one being the maintenance and operations as well as the debt service. Our certified values came in July and they were about at $3.7 billion. This is the net taxable levy that we are looking at. And our motor crew tax rate, the highest rate that we can approve would be 1.1525 without going back out to the voters for approval. So what does the impact have on our current homeowners? Our average homeowner would see actually a decrease in the property taxes that are levied, mostly due to a proposed additional homestead exemption of $40,000. This is going for a vote in November. However, the tax assessors have asked us to already incorporate these values. They don't anticipate it failing, they do anticipate it passing, that the homestead exemption will be increased to $140,000 from $100,000. And this will generate savings to our average taxpayer of $184. And with that, I will open it up for public comment.
This time I'll open it up to public comment first. If there's nobody for open comment, I'll going once, going twice, going 3 times, and now I'll open it up to the board. If not, this will take us to...
So Ms. Pulley, the reason for doing this again was because there was an error in the numbers or the language?
No, so actually it was a technical error on the publication. So we actually publish our proposed tax rate as well as our budget in a publication in June when we adopt our budget. The only thing that happens, okay, perfect, is that if we adopt a rate that is higher than what we posted in that publication, we would have to repost it before we adopt the tax rate. Typically, I always use the current rate because we have compression, so I know it's gonna go down. That would avoid us to having to reissue that publication. It's a large publication it's quite pricey. So in order to avoid that, I always use the current tax rate. And this was just an oversight of mine on that particular publication.
Of using what you normally use.
Right, so typically I use a template and I modify that number that's shown on the M&O side. I believe it showed 0.70. It should have showed 0.7575.
And so is that costing us any money?
Yes, so it is. We did have to republish it. It was about $700 to republish in the El Paso Times.
Any other questions? If not,
El Paso Times.
says it. Or was it the West Texas Courier?
The original one was in the West Texas Courier. However, they only publish once a week. So yes, once a week. So we had to publish in the El Paso Times in order to meet the 10-day requirement.
Okay.
So it was published on the 19th.
Through the chair. One quick comment. Fully, we appreciate owning to this mistake. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your time to redo this hearing.
Thank you. That will take us to the next item.
Item 5, Board of Trustees
I
business.
wanted to make a comment really quick.
It's a public hearing. Have you invited the public to speak?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And I gave them three times. Mr. Quintel?
So my question to you is on the interest and sinking rate. We were able to send in extra payment to our bond interest. This just last week we agreed on that, correct?
Correct.
We had extra money. And I feel that the 0.4 is high, just because I think we're bringing in more money than what is needed to pay that sinking in interest rate. And I think by doing that, we're hurting the community by overtaxing.
So this is part of the fiscal strategy that the district has used, is that if there is ever any excess funds, that it would be in to reduce the debt of the district. Our debt is over 30 years. Any extra payments that can go in, as you know, we do with our personal mortgages, loans, would definitely save the taxpayer in the long run additional funds. The quicker we pay off our debt, the additional savings that we have, and this is millions of dollars that we're saving.
It's a prudent fiscal thing to do.
Yes, sir.
I can see that, how you do save money, but right now there's a lot of people hurting in our community, and I feel like everybody's taxing them. And just if we were able to bring it down a little bit more, where it's more, where we're like paying what we need to pay without overtaxing the community, it'd be better for them right now in the current circumstances they're in.
I'll take that into consideration.
And I do agree that our taxpayers are being hurt, but it's time that the state pick up their fair share and help public schools in regards to what they're funding and how they're funding us. And that we're a pretty wealthy resource state, but yet they're not supporting us so that way we could provide that relief to the local taxpayer. They're actually shifting that. It's time the state pick up their slack. So.
And Mr. President, I do agree with your comment.
That will take us to the next item.
Item 5, Board of Trustees business. Item 5A, consider approval of tax rate for the fiscal year 2026 school year. Item 5A1, consider approval of the 2025-2026 maintenance operation tax rate. Presenter Ms. Christy Foley.
I have a motion. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I make a motion to approve the 2025-26 maintenance and operation tax rate of 0.7525 per $100 valuation.
I second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none? Adrian, can you pull the board?
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Borrego?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Zuniga?
Yes.
All in favor, motion passes.
Take us to next agenda item.
Item 5A2, consider approval of the 2025-2026 interest and sinking fund tax rate. Presenter Ms. Christy Foley.
You have another motion.
I make a motion to approve the 2025-26 interest and sinking fund tax rate of 0.40 per $100 valuation.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a second by Ms. Borrego and a motion by Ms. Maldonado. Is there any discussion? Not, Adrian, poll the board.
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Borrego?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez? Yes. Mrs. Ortega?
No, and for the record, I feel that it's too high. I feel that a 0.38 would be better suited for our community.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, and that'll take us to the next item.
I'm missing Ms. Zuniga?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Motion passes. Item 5A3, approval of resolution which officially levies the tax rate for the fiscal year 2026 school year. Presenter, Ms. Christie Poole.
Have a third motion in front of you.
Motion to approve the resolution adopting the district's tax rate, specifically that the property tax rate will be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of $1.1525, which is effectively an 11.44% increase in the tax rate.
Second that motion.
There's a motion and a second by Ms. Barnes and seconded by Mr. Martinez. If there's no discussion, Adrian, will you pull the board?
I do have a discussion really quick. I just want to make it clear, just like last time, this is a tax increase for the district as the revenue that is coming in, not a tax increase that will be passed down to our taxpayers. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Borrego?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Zuniga?
Yes.
All in favor, motion passes.
And Adrian, did I say for the record on that? Am I saying perfect? Thanks.
Thank you.
That'll take us to the next item.
Item 5B, school year 2024-2025 assessment results report. Presenter, Jessica Harrison.
All right. Good evening. Good evening, Board President Rodriguez, Dr. Arellano, Board of Trustees. So I'm here today to present to you our assessment results for the 24-25 school year. This is, how we performed on the assessments that were given during this school year. We are going to talk a little bit about our letter grade ratings at the end, but just keep in mind that this isn't the annual board report that discusses more of the growth, participation, our financial accountability. This is more just the assessment results. On the first slide, so this is looking at our STAR 3 through 8 performance summary. When you look at each column, you can see down at the bottom there is a chart, and I apologize for how small it is. It's really hard to get all this information on one page. But we look at how we did at each grade level in reading and math, and of course 5th grade science, for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We know that our blue is Canutillo, the orange is Region 19, and green is the state. When we're looking at these results, we want to consider that when students approach grade level, we consider them as having passed the assessment. However, the performance that we want to see is at the meets and masters grade level. Because when we know that a student meets grade level, that means that they are ready to move on to the next grade level, and they will likely need some support in certain areas, but they are considered to be at grade level. When we look at students who are mastering grade level, we know that they're ready for the next grade level with minimal support, right? So they may encounter some part of the subject that's a little challenging, but they're ready to move on. When we look at our results, while we do stay competitive within our region, we don't see that meets and masters levels performance where we want it to be. We had one grade level that had a larger increase than others. Our 5th grade RLA, we have 69% of those students meeting grade level. In 4th and 3rd grade RLA, we have 56% of those students meeting grade level. But still, we're looking at it from the perspective of 56% is just slightly over half of our students, right? We want to see much, much more in those areas. You can I don't want to read the chart to you, but are you okay to move on?
Okay, I'm gonna kind of go over the big overview of the district performance, and then we'll get down into the campus level performance, okay? On the next slide, and I know that this one is very, very busy, and I apologize, but this is the disaggregated data breakdown for our STAR 3 through 5 results. This is looking at how did our male students perform up against our female students, compared with the district average. We break down into our economically disadvantaged students, our non-economically disadvantaged students, and then we break down into our two primary race and ethnicities, our Hispanic students and our white students. And it's a little different when you're looking at the data this way, because you have to remember that those breakdowns, you never know exactly how many students are being represented in that group, right? And so kind of digging in deeper to some of our demographics helps understand that. But let's go ahead and we're going to move on to the next one. Our Spanish STAR 3 through 8 performance. This represents a much smaller group of students who take their STAR test in Spanish. Every year towards the, I'd say late February, teachers make decisions on which students will perform best and show what they've learned best by testing in Spanish, and those are the students that are represented in this chart. If there is a 0 anywhere, it's because there were so few students who participated that those numbers are redacted because it was less than 5 students. And again, here's our STAR 3 through 5 Spanish breakdown by race and ethnicity, male and female, economically disadvantaged, and non-economically disadvantaged students. The next slide, we look at our middle school performance. These are both middle schools combined together. We see our 6th grade math, 6th grade RLA, and then of course our 4 tests at 8th grade. These results do not include the EOC performance at the middle school level. Those will be on each individual campus performance results, and they are also included in the end of course results for the district. We know that we see some drops in these areas, and some of the results were not as high as we'd like it to be, but we do know that campuses and curriculum and instruction are already using this data to look at how they can improve our programs, look at what supports are needed at the campus, look at what supports are needed by the teachers in order to ensure that we do have high student performance next year. Or I should say later this year, spring of 2026. Again, this is just, the next slide is a disaggregated breakdown. We look at how these individual groups perform, kind of in smaller clusters. On the next slide, we see the summary of our STAR alternate 2 test takers. This represents a very small group of students, those with the most significant disabilities, and they are tested in a different format than our students who take STAR Online. Their assessments are more hands-on. They have different approaches are used to ensure that they're measuring what the student learned and what they know and what they're able to show. We do not have testing data in all levels and subjects shown here because, again, we had several that there were less than 5 students that took that version of the STAR test. Are there any questions so far? Okay. On the next slide, this is our district end-of-course assessment performance. As you all know, there are 5 end-of-course assessments that are required for students in order to make them eligible to graduate. These are all testers combined, and they represent the spring results of the students who are first-time test takers. Okay, so these are the students that were enrolled in the end-of-course content, Algebra 1, English 1, Biology, English 2, U.S. History. This is their first-time testing at the end of that coursework. Okay, we look at it and we see that, again, we have quite a bit of work to do. We have 63% of our students are meeting grade level in English 2. English 2 represents the final EOC assessment they will take in high school. In U.S. history, we see better results. We have 71% of students meeting grade level in US history, and 35% of those students are mastering grade level. Another high area of performance is our biology, where we have 61% of students meeting grade level and 16% mastering. Again, because we know our performance is high at the needs level, what we need to work on is making sure that we're growing that master's performance. We show that we're making progress, but I think we all know that we have a lot of work to do as far as just trying to bring our students up to the next level, ensuring effective assessment, effective instruction.
I didn't see, you didn't talk about algebra.
Oh,
I can't see it.
Okay, so in Algebra 1, we had 56% of students meet grade level and 32% master. And that is combined, so that includes our middle school students who take Algebra 1 in either 7th or 8th grade.
That was my question. What percentage of our kiddos are taking it in middle school?
I would have to look that up for you. I apologize that I don't know it off the top of my head.
That's a big indicator for advanced math when they go to,
yes.
If I'm not mistaken, it's a very small percentage.
It's more than our English 1 students, and don't quote me on this, but I want to say we had about 150 students, if not closer to 200, that took it at the middle school level last year.
out of how many?
Roughly 400. Ms. Palacios, are you here?
Yes.
Do you have me?
Yes, that's about correct. It's about half this current year, as we know, like you said, about 21-24, that number is going to go up in the middle.
Correct, and that's something that, if you remember, I brought it up every single year. It is so important that we get our kids to do 8th grade math and algebra at the middle school if we're going to prepare them to be ready for college. Is that what hurt us as a district? Is that why we ended up with a C? Because of that? Is that part of the component of why?
Well, it was different because we had the accelerated program, and so 6th graders weren't taking 6th grade math, they were taking 7th grade math. And 7th graders weren't taking 7th grade math, they were taking 8th grade math. So by accelerating them and trying to offer algebra 2,
we heard them. Yeah,
so
and we had
this
talked
year
about
they'll be in line. 6th grade will take 6th grade start, 7th grade will take 7th grade start.
Perfect, and we're working on the numbers for algebra 1 and 8th grade. And are they taking both 8th grade math and algebra 1?
They're just gonna take algebra 1.
And we're spiraling in
Yes.
critiques from the
Yes,
8th
so
grade math,
this
because
year-
there's some things.
Yes, ma'am, so the
maybe-
service ID was changed this year by TEA for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade math to already include those standards in
Beautiful.
that.
Okay,
I have
Thank
a
you.
question. Could the percentages in our, is it pretty low? Does the ESL students, because they're taking it in English, have an impact on this?
We could dig into it. We do know that our students, there are different exemptions that are provided for them depending on when they're coming in, right? So if we have a student who's brand new to the United States, takes an English 1 test, their first year here, there are some exceptions that we can make for them. So ultimately, if they don't perform well, it can hurt our results. But I don't think we have a really large number of students that would apply to. I can provide you with some more data on that.
I don't think that counted for PEO, because you didn't have enough test takers, correct?
Well, I think and I think Miss Emily is here who can speak to that, but our ALS department works really hard on providing the accommodations for all our ED students. So throughout the school year, inside the classroom and when they take assessments, we're providing those accommodations, and those need to be also incorporated when they do the state assessment as well.
Yeah, when I looked at the data, it didn't look like that stood out much. I think it was more other components.
Yes.
And
Yes, and there are accommodations that all students receive on those EOC assessments. On English 1 and 2, all students can use a bilingual dictionary. The state has really changed how they approach accessibility on those end of course assessments. It used to be you had to have a plan and a committee had to decide that you could use a bilingual dictionary, and now everyone can use one. So there are improvements being made at the state level as well. Alright. This next slide, these are the students where you might, these are our struggling students. So this slide represents our EOC retesters. So this means these are the students that took the EOC test at the end of the course and were not successful when they took it the first time. So that first teach instruction at the end of the first year was unsuccessful. We do see some patterns that our retesters often continue to test numerous times and are not successful. Some areas like algebra, biology, and US history have higher passing rates upon retesting. We do offer, and each campus approaches it a little bit different, but they offer, you know, some boot camps for students leading up to EOC retakes. They offer tutorials after school. Some campuses do Saturday schools, just trying to provide students with, you know, directive instruction and directive review on where they have weaknesses. But this represents the students that retested between December, April, and June of last year. Any questions? All right. Next, we're going to look at our TELPAS results. These are the district TELPAS composite score results. Where you see in orange, that's students that upon language testing, they were determined to be in a beginner level of English acquisition. Pink is intermediate, blue is advanced, and green is advanced high. And just to kind of remind the board, you know, TELPAS is a language acquisition assessment. It's not an academic assessment. It's meant to determine how well are students advancing in learning English and being proficient in English. This first slide covers our kindergartners through 5th grade, and we do see that a lot of them are scoring at the intermediate and advanced level. We know, and Miss Emily can come up and talk a little bit about, you know, how we look at advanced high. There are different, you know, points where students, based on their STAR results and their TELPAS results, we can exit them from the emergent bilingual program. And we work really hard to make sure that that language acquisition is built into everyday instruction for those students.
Is it still graded on teacher discretion? Is it the teachers that are still doing some of the testing?
So only kindergarten and 1st grade are rated on a holistic scale.
Okay, that's what I...
All other students take reading and writing in one online test, and then they take listening and speaking in a second online test.
Got it.
Yep. Excellent question.
I have a question on this. So if you go back to, well, this slide, you see the percentage at advanced high from every grade level, right? Then it's growing. When it's at 5th grade, you know, it's at least at 30, close to 30%, and your intermediate, it's above, even your advanced is above your intermediate. So that tells me that the strategies that are being used for EDs and all that, it's working, because this is what we want. If you go to the next slide, which starts your grade 8.
Yes.
Your advanced is still higher than your intermediate, right? Which is good. 7th grade, not so much, right? But if you go to 9th and 12th.
Yes, and I'll get there in a minute.
I have questions on that.
And you also have to consider that when we look at TELPAS data, we're not necessarily looking at a linear set, right? We're not necessarily looking at the same student who tested 1 year, you know, they're coming in at different levels and different ranges. So you could see, you know, there might be 15 students who tested in one grade level, but 12 of them may have been brand new to the United States, just starting to learn English. And so sometimes when you want to look at that kind of, you know, historical values, you got to dig a lot deeper. We do see the level go down as they get older. I have, you know, thoughts on that. But when we look at the data, we do know that some of these students have been, you know, receiving academic language services for many, many years. We also live in a highly bilingual community. And so if we go to the grocery store, hablamos español, you know, we can, so we don't see the proficiency rate as high in bilingual communities because they're not forced to learn the English to get by. Is that right?
So that was going to be my question, because if you look at, you know, high school, basically, your intermediate is above every grade level, 9th grade, 10th grade, it's more or less compatible, 11th grade, 9th, and 12th. And I understand that you're having newcomers coming in, and this data reflects that. But my question is, Dr. Arellano, what are we doing to, besides what we're doing, what can we do? What are we doing and what can we do to possibly move them up? I know we're in a bilingual. You go to the store, I mean, I'm here and you know, they ask me in Spanish or whatever and I respond in English. I can respond in Spanish, but I'm just, we need to, bilingual is great, but being bilingual means that you are able to be, to read, write, speak, and listen in both languages at 50%. I think the elementaries are doing great in that aspect, but I think that we need help, especially at the high school, to improve that.
And so we are currently working on that. We've had conversations. The research shows that the best thing you can do is expose them to grade level tier 1 instruction. And that's where you get the most acceleration for that student, but you also need to provide the support. So we do have what we call ELDA classes. We do have something called LIFT. If you've ever heard of Rosetta Stone, it's something similar but better. It has its own curriculum. And so students that fall under newcomer status are placed into ELDA 1 or ELDA 2. I can tell you that we, with the going into the traditional master scheduling from block, I know Ms. Marufo has worked on creating intervention courses as well and double blocking for our English 1 students. Correct me, English 1, correct? So we can also provide that tier 2 and 3 instruction for support.
And I just feel that because they are taking the STAR test in English, that is a very strong reason, you know, they're struggling. So that component of the language understanding or reading it is going to impact those STAR results. So I'm thinking that if we can somehow work and improve that, maybe possibly it'll help us improve the scores at the high school.
If I may add to that, so when we've seen research-wise or data-wise, if these numbers in regard to students who are struggling with the language in high school, is it coinciding with the dropout rate for those students? Do they feel unsuccessful? You know, are we seeing any correlation between this data and that data?
It's a data point that we could look at. I don't think that we have it immediately, you know, ready, but it's something we can definitely look at. I think we do see that oftentimes our emergent bilingual students are the ones struggling on those end of course assessments. I think that's absolutely a connection we can make, but we can also correlate it back to dropout.
Yeah, I would like to see that information. It may not be something that we've looked at yet, but just to see if there is a correlation there, so maybe we can help to pull in student support services in that area to see if there's anything else that we can do in addition to support those students.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. Yeah. So she has some data on our dropout rate of emergent bilingual, but it doesn't associate assessment performance to those dropout rates. That's something that would have to be done separately.
Thank you. It's at 1.4%.
Yeah.
1.4%. No. 13 students. That makes me feel better.
We're looking at 13 students per semester or per school year?
For the whole school year. All right. Those were excellent questions, excellent points. Any other questions about the general Pell Pass results before we get into campus performance?
Actually, yes, I do. So if those students happen to go to, remind me, Dr. Reyes, what the program was that we just covered a couple. TOA, thank you. If we have these students who are struggling with English proficiency go into TOA, do we have the ability to help them, give them those same supports that they would?
Yes. Yes. Our system allows us to have them translate, so they can actually continue doing their activities on the computer, but it's translating for them, and they can do it either visual or auditory.
Perfect. Because the way I look at that, I mean, the 13 students is not big percentage-wise, but every kid counts. So we want to make sure that we're getting them what they need. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
And they do continue to receive consideration for accommodations, for assessment. It's something that we work with Dr. Reyes' department on making sure that they have equal access to assessment and supports as well.
Thank you.
All right, on the first slide, we have Bill Childress Elementary School. When we look at these campus performance slides, you'll see that the orange bar represents the approaches. That means that the students at that level passed the assessment. They're approaching grade level. In blue, we have our meets, and then in green, we have our masters. When we look at Bill Childress, we see that they had the highest level of meets and masters performance in their 5th grade RLA. They had 63% of students meet and 18% master the content in that grade level.
And I just want to, I guess, focus on this a second. Because I think that people who don't understand the data look at that and go, oh, that's wonderful, but really, the meets blows us out of, it should blow us out of the water here. We are doing a great job of making sure that our students are on grade level, because that's what the meets means. The approaches is great, they're passing the test, but ultimately they're still about a year behind. So that meets and masters area is where we really should be focusing on, and I think in this particular report, we're doing a great job at that at Bill Childress, so great job with it.
Yes, absolutely. That meets grade level, that means that they are on track. And of course, masters also is considered as being on track for college readiness as well. So we know that, those are the areas we're focusing on, and they are doing a very good job of making steady progress. On the next slide, we have Kenneteal Elementary School. They also had an excellent year last year. When we look at their highest performance, grades 3, 4, and 5 RLA were all above 60% meets, which is excellent, even at grade 3. Because we know that after COVID and after all of those things all those crazy things that happened so many years ago, we know that a lot of those students, this year's 5th graders, I believe were in pre-K the year COVID happened. So it's taken us a little while, but they're showing excellent improvement as far as getting those students up to grade level in order to meet and even master. Questions on CES?
Great job, CES. Great job with CES.
Yes, good job, CES. Yes. And our next campus, we have Deanna Davenport. We know that they made excellent progress and growth this year, but they also made great gains in their academic performance. When we look at their scores at the meets level, they had their 5th grade math was at 58% meets. Grade 5 RLA was at 47%, and that is an increase for that campus. But we also saw that they increased in 4th and 5th grade their performance at the master's level. So in 5th grade, math, RLA, and science, or math and RLA was right around 20%, and then in science, 9%, but we did see higher academic performance at that campus this year as well, too. The next campus is Garcia Elementary. Garcia had a good year. They continued to grow and perform. At the meets level, we had grade 3 RLA was at 52%. Grade 4 math was at 54%. Grade 4 RLA was at 49%, and all of those are up. Grade 5 RLA was also at 58%. And so that's what we want to see, is that we're increasing that meets and masters performance at the campus level, at every campus each year. Our next campus is Jose Damian. Their highest performance at the meets level was in grade 5 RLA. And so we're starting to see that there were lots of good things going on in 5th grade reading, because we did see those increases at that meets level across many campuses. Grade 5 math, they had 30% of their students who tested master, which is an increase from the previous year. 59% in 5th grade math met grade level, almost 60%. So they're making great gains. Reyes Elementary, their highest performance was in 5th grade RLA, and they had 55% of their students master the content. So excellent job, excellent performance there. We see that a lot of their meets is very high. They do an excellent job. 3rd grade math was at 65%. 4th grade RLA, 77% meets grade level. 5th grade, 83%. They're doing good things at that campus, and it's showing in their data and their academic performance. Our next campus is Canateo Middle School. And now here's where you're getting, I'm sorry.
Before we go to the middle schools,
yes.
All the elementaries, it seems like overall are excelling in RLA versus math. So, Dr. Arellano, again, what was the curriculum being used for this particular data in math? Was it
in math?
Last year, right?
We started STEM scopes last year. There were some growing pains that we have to endure. This year is a little bit better, but still we're working through that with the elementaries with STEM scopes.
Okay.
RLA was the wonders.
Okay, because I can see throughout all the campuses, RLA is where they're just, reaching the tops, a lot of them. But the math, they seem to be below, even though the percentages are good, but they're still not as good as the RLAs. So I think we need to work on the math.
And if you stay faithful to STEM scopes, it'll work.
It will,
and that's what I was going to say, Lucy. There needs to be consistency, and there needs to be oversight from the principals in doing those classroom walkthroughs. Exactly. If they don't do those walkthroughs as instructional leaders, it's not going to happen. Yes.
And the other area is science, and I know we've struggled with science even when I was teaching. But is there any, what are we using for science?
Marlena, I know campuses also purchase STEM scopes for science. Some of them, not all of them, but we do have an, Marlena, do you want to talk?
Last year was the first.
Was in your talk.
For science, last year was the first year of the new standards, and so the textbook was adopted and went into effect last year. All of the campuses chose Sabas for their adopted text, so the campuses use Sabas, while a few of them use some supplemental items that are campus-based decisions.
So throughout the district, Sabas was the curriculum?
Yes. So Sabas is now the adopted text for K through 8 science.
And then some campuses might have picked to use the campus-based STEM scopes, let's say, or I don't know, Generation Genius or something like that, right?
Some campuses have purchased, I believe, DDE Reyes and JDE purchased STEMscopes as a supplement, but I believe most of them had decided not to renew after last year.
So my next question was going to be, was there a difference between those that purchased, let's say, STEMscopes versus just using the book? If there was a difference in the way that they performed?
That could be attributed to using STEMscopes? No.
No? No Generation Genius?
Between this campuses using STEMscopes, and no, I think that the greatest influence is usually the departmentalized science versus the self-contained science. That there we do see a difference.
And the majority of the students testing in science are not EDs? Or even I'm sorry, are the EDs being pushed to test, especially like in 5th grade, in English? No.
I'm sorry, are the ED students
being pushed to, because your numbers are good with intermediate and advanced, and like I said, advanced was higher than intermediate. So are they being kind of pushed to where they're taking the assessment in English versus Spanish for science?
Well, for science, if we look at the way that our emergent bilinguals did, compared to the region and state, Cañutillo is outperforming the region and state when it comes to our bilingual students in both English and math. Yes, they are low, but again, compared to the way that the state is doing for this subject, we are outperforming both the region and the state.
So those are testing in Spanish?
Yes.
In Spanish?
Yes, for both English and Spanish EB testers, we are outperforming the state. However, they are performing lower than non-emergent bilingual students in general.
Okay. Just to add, I think your question was whether or not they were being pushed to test in English. And so students are being tested in the language that they're most proficient in. We're not pushing one way or another, but rather looking at what the data shows us. So
I used to be an educator in 5th grade, and using all the components that were available, what is the proficiency level, what does the test look like? The reality is that the test in English is much easier than the one in Spanish. So if the teacher felt that they were capable of producing and being successful in English, that's the route we went. And that's my question. Is it still being done that way?
I believe so. So I am not, again, I am here as the reporter of data. I train the campuses on how to assess and when to assess, but I do not sit in on the individual meetings where they determine language.
Hi, Ms. Maldonado. Hi. This year was the first year that our ED students actually for the RDA data got a rating of 0, which we went up. So that is something to be very proud of. Whether they tested in English or in Spanish, this is the first year that they went up and we got a rating of 0.
And the reason I'm asking is because, like I said, you see the trend of where your DAPA scores are improving in the middle schools. At the elementary schools. And so that trend needs to continue all the way to the high school, especially if that student came in at 3rd grade or 4th grade. So and I know that there's lots of obstacles, but the theoretical way of looking at it is that when they become juniors or seniors, they're performing at advanced and advanced high.
I agree, and I think that really we need to start implementing more content-based learning instruction throughout our whole secondary, and so that's something that we will be working with.
Thank you.
Okay.
We've got like 20 more
I know. I just don't want to rush a conversation.
I'm gonna take a minute. Yes, we have 20 more items, but this is what 50% of our board meetings are supposed to be over. So let's take our time.
All right. If we move on to the next slide, we're going to start with our middle schools. So first of all, let's celebrate the wonderful things that happened. Canutillo Middle School had 100% of their English 1 EOC and Algebra 1 EOC testers pass. That's phenomenal. And of the 100% that approached grade level in English 1 EOC, 96% of them met grade level. And again, this is a smaller group of students, but I mean, that's, you know, we haven't seen numbers like that before. In Algebra 1, 100% of them approached grade level and 73% of them met grade level. And again, those are our highest performing students, but we can see that they are, you know, doing great, doing excellent. When you look at the math results for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, here's what Ms. Borrego was talking about. When we look at who remains in the 6th grade math, we know that our highest performers in 5th grade math from the year before, those are the students that instead of going directly into 6th grade math, they went directly into 7th grade math, many of them directly into 8th grade math. And so when you look at that 52% of students that approached grade level and only 12% that met grade level, they were already struggling in that content area, because we took the students who were very successful in math and we accelerated them, right? In 7th grade, we saw 50% of the students approach grade level and 17% met grade level. Some of those students were on grade level 7th graders, some of them were the students who jumped from 5th grade math to 7th grade math. In 8th grade math, that is a combination of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders who are taking that accelerated pathway. We had 66% approach grade level in 8th grade math and 39% met with 11% mastering. Questions? In RLA, we had 71% approach with 48% meeting grade level. In 7th grade, 52% met grade level in reading and 22% mastered. In 8th grade reading, we had 41% meet grade level and 14% master grade level. Any questions for CMS? We move on to the next slide.
Actually,
Just go ahead.
so I noticed CMS, we had gains in RLA, specifically in 7th grade. I kind of segregated the information that you gave me. So, excuse me if I'm jumping ahead a little bit because it's including AMS as well, but I'm seeing that AMS was seeing gains in 7th and 8th grade in math, whereas CMS is seeing gains in RLA in 7th grade. Have we spoken with administration in our meetings with the teachers to figure out what specifically those teachers are doing in those specific subjects to figure out how we can help campus to campus, if there's different strategies, if there's something going on in those classrooms that they're seeing the gains that the other campus is not?
So I'd invite Dr. Kearney can come and address some of the meetings that have been held and some of that work that's been done. Or is being done, I should say.
Good evening. So we're having a really big one tomorrow.
Yeah.
So the principals are like, oh, so that'll be a big one that we all meet together to disaggregate. But we've been having one-on-one meetings with the principals and discussing, you know, the areas where they're deficient, the areas where they're stronger, and we are using our curriculum coordinators as well to support those areas that are struggling. But as far as the two principals talking to each other, I don't know that they picked up the phone. I haven't sat with the two of them together to talk through, like, you know, you're stronger here, you're not, you know. But that's something that we can definitely do. But tomorrow we have a really big session with all of the principals. We're doing RDA, accountability, high quality instructional materials, several different things to be able to support our campuses better, to make sure that they're all performing as best as they can.
And this data reflects the 8th graders taking English 1 at both campuses. So much like Algebra 1, you had 6th graders taking 7th grade English, 7th grade taking 8th grade English, and so next year we should see true numbers for those grade levels, and they should go up automatically
because of that.
And one thing I had requested that you provided, so I appreciate that, was I had asked for the data of how approaches, meets, and masters had changed over the last 5 years. That was at our in-person meeting. So I kind of noticed, I guess, a cycle. From 2023 to 2024, we had big drops in both math and reading. Is there a reason specifically for that drop in that year?
So that could be attributed partly to the changes in the assessment. So that is when TEA brought in some of those that's when TEA brought in some of those STAR assessment changes, where we went to an automated scoring engine, we had new question types, there was a shift in the presentation of the assessment itself, and so we did expect to see some drops, and we did, but now I think we're back on the upward, we're going back up, because now we've seen it, we're comfortable with it, and we're ready to work with it.
And in most cases, I would agree that we are coming back up, but not everywhere. So even from the 24 to 25 school year, there is a lot of drops. Even from that year, after those changes were made, a lot of campuses that are staying stagnant or they didn't make growth. So I think for the areas that we did make gains, we need to focus our questioning maybe, and that's just my opinion, asking those specific campus principals, what are these specific teachers doing? Because we saw gains here. I don't know how many teachers there are for 8th grade math or whatever the case may be, but asking those teachers, what specifically did you do that wasn't done at this campus? That way we can share and help each other out to bring those
And those are excellent points, and we'll definitely do that. But most of the drops that we did see were at the secondary level, and I know we talked about that's where we saw the most of our cuts in staff, and we had to change our schedule. So that's been an adjustment along with high quality instruction materials and making sure that people are following in the way that they should, and walkthroughs, as Ms. Borrego talked about. Okay. But it's been a real big shift for the campuses not being able to do the interventions in the same way that they had before, because their schedule has changed dramatically, and so that's at both middle schools as well as the high school. So those are shifts that we are adjusting to, and so I've been in conversations with those principals to discuss, what are we going to do about that, and so they've come up with some pretty robust planning to support those changes. Thank you.
Ms. Kearney, and once again, I know that the reducing some of those positions, it was part of the administration who recommended to take that option. And it's very unfortunate that now we're looking that there was some deficiency, and that's why we're performing it. So I'm going to recommend that we go through this press again, let's study it, look at your department heads, let's listen to them, your principals, your teachers, and then we make a decision. Because I think it is affecting us, to be honest.
Well, and I think we did. I think we were very clear about unintended consequences, Mr. Martinez. And so when we made the recommendation for that, we did very clearly state that we may have those unintended consequences. And I think that's where we're at. When you compare us to other districts who have the size of staff that we do, they are not rated an A or a B, so that was part of something that, the risk, if I may.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we can move on to Anderete Middle School. Here, Anderete, let's start with the celebrations. They had 100% of their English 1 EOC students meet grade level, with 63% of them mastering grade level. So that's, excellent results for at the middle school level taking a high school level course. In Algebra 1, they had 96% of students approach, with 83% meeting grade level and 57% mastering grade level. Again here, they have 56% in 6th grade math that passed with 44% meeting and 4% mastering. But again, we saw those same patterns where those advanced students were actually enrolled in either 7th grade math or 8th grade math. They were out of level testers. Our 8th grade math, we had 56% meet grade level with 18% mastering grade level. 7th grade math, 52% met grade level, 20% mastered grade level. And so we do kind of feel the results of moving those students to the upper grade level. But like Dr. Ariana explained, because we kind of shifted and adjusted that accelerated math pathway, we should see those numbers come up again this year. Any questions for AMS? All right, let's move on to our high schools. So on the next slide, you'll see Canutillo High School. This is Algebra 1, English 1, Biology, English 2, and U.S. History, just for Canutillo High School. We see in Algebra 1, 29% of students are meeting grade level. English 1, 39%, Biology, 52%, English 2, 48%, and U.S. History, 66%. So we are seeing those levels stay within range. Of course, we want them to go higher, and I know that that's what the goal is for the work that's being done. Are there any questions for Canutillo High School?
We have a lot of work.
I have questions, but I'm gonna wait till you go to the overall district accountability rating.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. On our next slide, we see Northwest Early College High School. They continue to excel in all areas of end of course. Due to the nature of the program, we do see that most of those levels, they're meeting and mastering grade level on almost all the assessments. 60%, 90%, 96%, 89%. We know that these are extremely talented students. They're college students at the same time as high school students. It's not easy. And so we applaud them and their campus for all the work that they do. Any questions for Northwest?
I have a question. It's just more of a question for me. Do we know what percent of the early college students live in Canutillo? Or what percent?
About 80%, Frank?
80 to 85.
80 to 85.
Thank you.
Yes, of course. All right. And now we go to the next slide and accountability ratings. So as you know, this was kind of a monumental year in accountability because we finally got the answer to our 2024 lawsuit. And so TEA released the 2024 accountability ratings and the 2025 accountability ratings on the same day. And so you'll see in your results there, 2024, Canutillo was an 80. We received an overall letter grade of a B. For 2025, our overall score was a 78 and our letter grade was a C. As you go through the 3 domains, student achievement, academic growth, relative performance, and closing the gaps, you'll see that we were steady. We landed within the C range across all of the different domains in accountability. We saw some areas go up, like our academic growth. In 2024, we were at a 70. In 2025, we were at a 73. It just wasn't enough to propel us up as high as we needed to go. Are there any questions specifically about the district overall performance?
Can you explain the relative performance?
I'm sorry, say that again, I'm sorry.
Can you explain the relative performance?
So relative performance is looking at how our students who are economically disadvantaged, how they perform compared to the greater population.
Because in deciphering this data, I see that the majority of our schools, like we just went over CMS, 100% in RLA, I believe, and AMS also, yet CMS received a C. And if you look and you compare the 2024 to 2025, the majority of the secondary schools performed, well, they dropped in the relative performance. along with, of course, closing the gaps. Huge difference, 81 to a 76, 80 to a 72 in relative performance. And so, you said it has to do with economic disadvantaged students?
In relative performance, it does, but in closing the gap, it's much more specific supergroups of students. And
I know that the state is looking more so at closing the gap type thing as just passing. You know, if they pass, but yet we earn points based on closing the gap. So my question is, elementaries again are doing fairly well, staying up there. Secondaries, with the exception of Northwest, have dropped basically in many of these categories. And so, like Mr. Martinez said earlier, the instructional programs that were cut due to RIF mainly affected secondary levels. The tutoring, the mentoring minds, all of those programs. And so, yet these results are reflective of 24-25 when these programs were in place. And so I'm kind of very concerned about what it's going to look like next year when these programs are no longer in place. And, I'm sorry. Yeah, teach resources, you know, we got rid of that as well. And so what is being done, my question would be, what is being done for improving the scores at the secondary, AMS, CMS, CHS? Of course, Northwest is doing fantastic. In lieu of the programs that we cut.
So we do have strategic support plans in place for those secondary campuses, making sure that they have all the support that they need. In one area, for instance, CMS, they have a large SPED population, and last year there was a lot of turnover with their SPED teachers, so making sure that they have the teachers that they need, the support that they need, making sure that the teachers are utilizing the smaller instructional period better, making the most use of their instructional time, the resources that they have, things like that. And then making sure that the CNI coordinators are in there a lot. We're doing walkthroughs. We're making sure that everybody's utilizing the resources to the maximum levels, all of those things. So a lot of support is being provided for
And
those
this includes
campuses.
support for Canadillo High School as well?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
And I know that, I don't know if Ms. Montañez is still there. Yes, she is. She is. So I'm just making an assumption based on an educator's assumption about what are the reasons that they excelled. Yes, the hard work, the strategic planning that went into it, the possibly one-on-one tutoring small group, because it is a smaller campus, and that lent itself, right? But I think regardless of the number, si se puede, is what I say. Si se puede at the high school. Look at Northwest. Si se puede at the others. As long as you have the heart and that dedication and the support. So I would really like for this to continue because, like Mr. Martinez said, the improvement has to be at the secondaries. At the secondary, so that we can once again become an A district. Because I believe that the elementaries are doing what they have to do. I'm not saying, hey, okay, let's just take it easy. Oh no, let's continue. But I think that the focus has to be at the secondary levels. Yes, ma'am. I think it is.
And if I may, we are pushing for the high quality instructional materials at the secondary level. That's what we did at the elementary. Principals took leadership of that, and Ms. Montañez, that was a big changer for her campus, is following the scope and sequence of a high quality instructional material.
Any other questions? Mr. President, one recommendation, this is just my opinion. I know this is a big part of what we do, our kids, and how we teach and how we come across throughout the state. I think this presentation should be done separate. I don't know, large agenda that we have tonight.
But hopefully, you know, if we have this, we can spend more time discussing it in detail. And by the same token, you know, followed by a workshop. Let us be part of our workshop.
I agree with, Mr. Martinez on that.
Is Borrego my French?
Yeah, now you can, hablas mucho.
Thank you.
But, Mr. President, on a serious note, Mr. Martinez, I agree with you. And I think, and I wasn't rushing in that sense, but we saw the data in our packet. I would have liked to start with where we are as a district, where we rated. I could read how we did in third grade math, fourth grade math, and then what's our plan of action. That's what we want to hear. And I think in a workshop is good because it is. It is our responsibility. Academics is a huge part, 50%. So I think that reading a slide to me, I saw all that data at my house when I went through the packet. I want to see the ratings, and then you explain to me why, and then what are we doing?
And if I may to that, when we went through our Lone Star governance training, and I'm sure we have the information somewhere, it talks about going over this data, of course, giving us the data to, you know, disseminate, but a one-pager is very helpful so that we can see kind of the bird's eye view, and it gives us an idea of where we're headed. It gives us your goals that you have in mind, what action plans you have in place, things of that sort, so that we are talking about the nitty-gritty and not just reading over the numbers that are here. I think if we are all doing our part as board members to go over our homework and do it the way that we're supposed to before we show up, that's not needed, and our questions would be ready. That way we can ask for additional details and things like that beforehand. So that would be my recommendation anytime we're going over data from here on out. Let's do our part as board members to be prepared with our questions and kind of see what our action plan is that we're going to put into place.
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you.
And just to give you some background, and I appreciate the feedback because this is the first time I've been given that feedback. And so I follow the requirements within, you know, TEA and what we have to present and how we have to present it. And everybody has a different background in data.
Yeah.
You know, but yes, absolutely. If that's
and I'm
what
sure
you want, that's what we do.
administration has that LSG. If not, let me know. I have the packet. But it has an example there of kind of what that would look like for a bird's eye view.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that it is broken down by campuses, because that's great to be able to see that. But just in the presentation, maybe to go down to the nitty gritty, like Ms. Juan said. But don't stop providing us that.
Oh, absolutely not.
Thank you.
But just remember, you know, this is also for the public.
Yes, right.
Right, because they don't get the packet on Thursday, and so it's also for them so that they can understand how our schools are performing and how we're progressing as a district. But thank you for the feedback, I appreciate it. We can go on to the next slide, and this just breaks down the ratings for all of our elementary schools, and we do see, you know, we acknowledged Reyes and Davenport earlier for their A ratings, and we do know that those ratings were primarily based on their high performance and growth. You know, DDE made a huge change from 2024 to 2025, and that was evident in their growth. They scored, their scale score was a 95 in academic growth, and part of that you know, it comes from being lower the year before and having nowhere to go but up. And I do feel that as a district, you know, we're using this data with principals to help inform their practices, to help them plan with teachers, to help them build master schedules. I know that 24-25, we didn't get the results we wanted, but I do believe it gives us an opportunity to do even better this year and return back to a higher status.
So just a comment to Ms. Montañez, kudos again, great, awesome job. But you need to share with the other campuses and Dr. Reyes, but yeah, Dr. Reyes, you know, it's been a trend as well. And I think it was Ms. Borrego that mentioned about sharing. I know sometimes you don't want to, you know. Awesome. So, and I've always asked for this when I was an educator. I want to know what you're doing so that I can do the same. Because we are a family as one district. And so again, it goes back to becoming a district again. So please share.
And you know, something that I was sharing with Dr. Arellano is you have your low socioeconomic school and your highest economic school. So the ones in the middle have no excuse. I mean, it's shown that it can be done twice with excellence by design and being in those classrooms, principals. So kudos to both of you. Kudos to both of you. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Not a question. The other thing that I noticed here is the closing the gap. So we made huge growth in the academic growth areas, but we made huge growth in the closing the gaps category. And so I think focusing there as well, because as we're growing the academic growth, the gaps will slowly close as well. So great job for all of the growth in that closing the gaps category. Really at every campus. I think every campus grew substantially in that category. So great job.
In regards to not all of us are teachers or have been in the classroom or even graphic designers, but I think we spent trifold amount of time on the logo versus focusing on student outcomes. And I think when you talk about LSG and some of the other training, that student outcomes won't change unless adult behaviors change. Then I think we need to continue to be focused, laser focused on student outcomes, and allow our staff to focus on the others, so that way we can continue to do what's the work of the board. In regards to, I've seen Commissioner Marath talk many times and say we have to do less with, we have to do more with less. I wish the state legislator would do the same to his agency, because he continues to grow while our districts are continuing to shrink. And I want to tell our staff that I continue to appreciate all the hard work that you all do, especially having to do more with less. And kudos to those that really exceeded our expectations. We know we can all do it, and we should be focusing and supporting on that. And that's where our focus should be as board members. With that, before I hope it doesn't turn into 1 a.m. meeting, I would like to wish our interim superintendent a happy birthday. And since you do have your curriculum peeps here, I was asked to help us sing the mariachis. No, just joking. Happy birthday. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday to you. I wanted to make sure we did that before it turns 12, and we couldn't do that.
Before it's not my birthday anymore.
So thank you all again. Next item.
Okay. Thank you.
Item 5C, Healthcare Update Presentation. Presenters Julie Uranga and the Gallagher team.
Good evening, Board President. Good evening, Board Trustees. Good evening, Dr. Jessica Arellano. I have Ms. Natalie Haskett here from Gallagher. She will present our healthcare update.
Thank you, Julie. Good evening, everyone. I've been asked this evening just to kind of give an overview of where we stand for our current plan year with data through July. Talk a little bit about some of the nuances of the plan, and at the end of the presentation, talk about our recommendation for the employee portion of the rates. I know that earlier in the summer we talked about the district funding. This is for the employee portion. So I know there's been a packed agenda, so I'll try to go through this expeditiously. I know you've all seen this.
So stop me if you have any questions. But in comparing 2024 to where we sit when this agenda item was due, I only had data through July, so we have 7 months of data. I do realize that there has been a drop in our head count, so that could skew some of the numbers on the screen. They look really, really good, right? But that is kind of the overall message, even though we take out the decrease in headcount. If we look at it on a PEPM basis or a per employee per month basis, you can see last year we were sitting around a little over $1,100 per employee enrolled. Now we're closer to 800. And so some of the fruits of the RFP, some of the changes in the benefit design, right sizing the rates to help support the plan has all done its job. And so with that said, I kind of outlined everything that we're looking at as far as the medical paid claims, the pharmacy paid claims. We all have our few access fees, and we had some run out from Blue Cross Blue Shield. But when we take into consideration at the very end of that total plan cost, that net claims plus our fixed costs, when we're looking at that, if we break that out for 2024, we were sitting about $725,000 a month. Right now in 2025, we're more in line with $535. So the savings are there. We are seeing the savings. I know the move from Blue Cross to Aetna and some of the plan design changes and some of the rates to right size the ship was a little disruptive, but it's working to save the dollars right now. So next slide. Just quickly, I won't spend much time here. You can see where our enrollment kind of went from 2024 to 2025. I think we talked a little bit about this last time, that a lot of our employees went from that PPO plan to enrolling in that consumer-driven health plan. And we can kind of see that, we already talked about, we had a decrease in the number of employees that either were with the district or elected the healthcare. You can kind of see that shift in the way that they're purchasing their healthcare right now. If we look at kind of where we are in 25, if we look at claims versus premiums, the claims that are coming in, obviously the self-funded district, you're paying those claims no matter what. Anytime an employer, their dependent goes to the doctor or fills a prescription, versus what we're taking out of the paycheck and what the district is putting in. And so we're doing very well, much better than we were last year. I know June and July are a little bit high, but that is expected. We always have a little bit of what we call a summer spike, where our kids are out of school, teachers are off, and so we're taking care of those, we're taking care of our own health during those times. And so we do anticipate, especially in the school districts, that we do have a little bit higher of a summer than we typically would. Next slide. Just taking a look back at some of our large claimants. Our large claimants are a very small subset of lives on the plan, but they do account for most of our costs. So in 2024, we were monitoring 24 large claimants. Those claimants alone totaled $4.4 million on the health plan, which was 51% of our spend. And so again, a reason why we track those high claimants, we're trying to put in programs to help them through their stage of whatever their disease state might be. Of those 24, 14 of them hit our specific deductible of $125,000. So as a reminder, once you hit that deductible, that accumulation of medical and pharmacy claims, the district no longer pays. That is reimbursed by our stop loss carrier. And so we were reimbursed about $1.8 million in 2024. So far in 25, we're monitoring 9 large claimants. They have accrued about $1.2 million since January. Next slide. So when we're talking about those 9 large claimants, this slide just kind of shows where they are in their plan election. As we've already talked about, the high deductible health plan has been the most popular as far as enrollment. It would make sense that most of our large claimants are on that plan. But with the disease, the very general diagnosis or disease state there, the reason I'm listing those is you can kind of see, based on some of those disease states, we can anticipate, is that a shot plane, was that surgery, a large hospitalization, or is it, a large claim that's going to continue to follow for the remainder of 25, maybe into 26. And so that's why we monitor those, we share with the benefits staff every month, so that we're not surprised if there's those costs. But you can kind of see where these large claimants picked up in the plan year, and as I mentioned, we're 9 right now, totaling up $10.2 million. And this is a combination of both our medical and pharmacy expenditures.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I'm not a medical professional, so I'm looking I'm looking at those diagnoses, and basically what you were saying is we look at those to determine whether or not that we think those claims are going to continue to next year. Based on those diagnoses, do any of those look like they will continue into the following year?
Potentially the 3 cancers, I would definitely say would, especially because you can see that they're accruing dollars every month. Now, claimant 2 has really stopped their spend, so we may have gone into remission, or we're done with our surgical portion. It's just going to be ongoing maintenance. But in our financial area, we actually have nurse case managers, doctors that are reviewing the specifics to help our financial team project and forecast for the following year.
Perfect, thank you.
The chair, I have a question. My question is, are we dealing with a fiscal year, or are we dealing with a school year?
This is a calendar year.
Calendar year. And with that in mind, is there been a big change between Blue Cross and Aetna? Obviously it has, but we have seen those numbers really improve. And is it that we all need to agree that Blue Cross, from my understanding, is a better insurance than Aetna? I don't know, just my opinion. But now this goes to Dr. Arellano. Any complaints from our teachers, from our administrators regarding one from the other?
Yes, and I think Jose or Ms. Carrasco can speak to that and those complaints that have come through.
Well, we started Aetna in January, so as we transitioned over, yes, there are some of our employees that maybe have specific medications that needed some assistance on our behalf with Aetna to make sure that their medical needs were addressed. Some of them had some very unique medical needs that were addressed through Blue Cross Blue Shield, and of course as transitioning over. But yes, if there's any complaints, I know that a while back you had a gentleman that came in and talked to the board regarding his medical issues. We took him aside, and we have gotten all his complaints have been addressed, and so he's fine now. So anything that comes up, like I said, it's just something that as we transition to a new plan, we were going to have some bumps in the road that we're addressing.
And Ms. Carrasco, are we logging in? How many are responding and why? Is there a login, or not really? Just solving the issue, solving their needs as they complain, or they have an issue?
If they have an issue that's persistent, that they haven't been able to resolve themselves, they are coming to the HR office, and we're helping them with that. Fortunately, we don't have that many complaints, so we're happy about that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I did have one question, but that's going back to the slide where you have, just explain to me what the run-out claims are.
Oh, of course. So at the end of your contract with Blue Cross Blue Shield, they're still going to pay claims that came in. So maybe you had someone in a hospital setting, or you had a motor vehicle accident that has been subrogated. So you're always going to have a they'll process for up to a year. The bulk of your claims are going to come in that first 3 months. Because unlike pharmacy, medical, it takes a little longer. So as of 12/31, you still had claims from, say, October and November that had not been filed, so that Blue Cross is paying.
So that amount refers to outstanding claims, I'm going to say, right, that haven't been paid.
That, yes.
And that can, you said up to a year?
It could continue, there's a timely filing limit of 12 months, so we could see additional claims, but like I say, most of that activity is gonna come in the first 3 months, so we've already seen probably the bulk of that activity.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, take this to the next item, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 5B, quarterly update from Presidio, presenter Ernest Ortiz and the Presidio team.
Board President Rodriguez, Dr. Ariano, Board of Trustees, my name is now Mr. Presidio. And I'm here to give you the quarterly report on the bond program. I don't know, yes, okay. So, our last quarterly update, of course, was in June of this year, and I'm going to provide updates on community engagement, program budget and schedule, and project-specific progress if you want me to get down into the nitty-gritty of things. You go to slide 2. So since the June 17th update, our team has continued to work across the multiple campuses that we are in charge of, and we've held specific and significant community engagement events. Tonight's report reflects progress up to September 23rd. In slide 3, on July 28th, we hosted the CISD Grid Convocation, which was a great, inspiring kickoff for our educators for the new school year. It energized the staff, it reinforced our values and the commitments that we've made, and reminded us that the bond program is more about buildings. It's really about investing in our students. If you go to slide 4 through 6, I want to highlight that Davenport Elementary on August 6th, we had the groundbreaking ceremony to initiate the renovation of that. It was held with staff, students, and families. We had a great turnout there, and it really reflected the strong community pride in this town. At Childress Elementary on August 29th, we had its renovation ceremony, and it showed the district's commitment to modern, student-focused facilities. And then on September 3rd at the high school, most recently, we had a milestone reaching their time where we moved over from the design to construction. And all these ceremonies really demonstrate our accountability to you, the board, and give our community visible proof of the progress that we've made thus far. On slide 7, if you go to slide 7, that shows the, I want to turn to our financial focus, and that's the overall budget view right now. We continue to manage these resources responsibly. We continue to ensure that every dollar is aligned with the voter intent of passing the bond program. Transparency continues to remain central on our focus, which we give the administrative staff monthly project reports that include both the budget and the progress of each project. If you go to slide 8, that's the budget by project, and it breaks down the spending across the different budgets. And each campus project is moving forward. We carefully monitor those budgets, both expenditures and the progress that we've made. A lot of those project-specific encumbrances and expenses can be related to design fees, program management fees, and other administrative fees. As we move those over to construction, you'll see those ramp up a lot in pay apps from the general contractors. If you go to slide 9, this is the program schedule. And the program schedule this is the master schedule. We updated it on September 5th. And while these schedules are always subject to change, we coordinate and are very proactive in our project management to keep us on track. We know that this is a very aggressive schedule, but We, along with their teams of the design team and our general contractors, are staying on track through the program and project management. And regular updates to these will be given through the bond website, so I highly encourage each one of you to sign up for those updates because they're in real time and you'll get emails notifying you of a update. If we'd like to go into each one, I can go into each one. No?
So you just answered one of my questions about the encumbrance for the schools that aren't there yet, land development, and you just said it has to do with, it could be design fees and project management fees.
Yes, program management fees, design fees, land acquisition, and the fees associated with land acquisition.
Okay, so
I have on slide 10.
Yes.
It has to do with
The security upgrades.
Yes.
Yes.
You have some, for like, for instance, Alderete, I believe, and Alderete Middle School, Davenport Northwest, the new builds.
Yes.
You have them as WebEx Phase 1 completed. What is WebEx?
So WebEx is the district's centralized phone system that puts the district in compliance with Alyssa's law and Carrie's law. WebEx Phase 1 is at the phone system in the administrative offices. The WebEx Phase 2 is when we deploy them to the classroom. But after this report was constructed, the WebEx 2 at the existing campuses of Alderete, Canafio Middle School, Davenport, and Northwest Early College High School has been completed as well.
But there's no building.
Right, but inside the existing building right now. So we still have to be in compliance with Carrie's law for the next 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And those phones will be moved over to the new building.
To the new
So it won't be a double expense, yes. That's a great question. We knew that security was paramount in this program, and so we took that out of the general contractor scope of work and we started implementing that right away.
I do have another question on that. What is IWB?
Interactive whiteboards.
Oh, those are the whiteboards.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Which have a double purpose. They're both for instructional technology, but also as a safety. So whenever we have a threat, we can put those threats on the interactive whiteboards inside the classroom to communicate that a lockdown or anything like that.
On the next slide, CHS. You have the vestibules as upgrades.
Yes.
So I'm just curious as to what is going to be, how does that look like for CHS, a vestibule?
So right now there is a north vestibule and a east vestibule. There are 2 points of entry at that school. We're going to limit it to 1 point of entry. That would be at the east end of the school. And we are going to have an office right adjacent to that where a person will be stationed to buzz any visitors in. The only access for the students will be at the north part of the school.
So kind of where the flagpole is?
Yes.
That you're going to have the vestibule there where you're going to have a person situated to buzz them in and the raptor or whatever.
Yes.
And then once they're cleared through there, they have access to the school.
Yes, correct.
Whereas in the other ones, it's kind of like raised, right?
Yes.
Where you have a door that is preventing them from going into the hallways.
Right.
And it goes straight to the office.
Yes.
And then if they get permission, they get access to go down the hallway, or more than likely the student will come to them if that's what they're for, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
If you, on the northwest, you go all the way to northwest. I wanted to know what is the update, I guess Mr. Blanco can answer this, on the land acquisition, because it says pending.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Maldonado asked me a question before the meeting today. We have signed the agreement, at least with EPCC, and we're waiting for EPCC to return their sign. We're missing a meets and bounds description of the premises, which KUTO is responsible to deliver. I think that's being completed. And once that's completed, then El Paso Community College will sign. It's moving forward, but it's not quite finished yet.
Okay, and so basically, nothing can be done till that is taken care of.
That's correct. That's correct. But we anticipate that happening this month, if not this month, next month, or next.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Ortiz, and also this goes to Mr. Blanco. How soon do you think they will sign that contract? Because in my opinion, I won't spend a penny, and I know we're in a position to start breaking ground. We don't have a contract with them.
All the terms have been agreed to. It's a formality of taking it to their board, is my understanding, having them finalize it. There's been no additional pushback from lawyers, otherwise we wouldn't have signed. It's just a matter of getting that final meets and bounds description in the contract that they require.
And is the plan do it quickly, next week, next month? What do you see?
So I got a response from Rudy, my partner. He had emailed the signed lease to Francisco Ortega, their lawyer. It was September the 5th, and he responded they're waiting for the meets and bounds description. So I don't know when their board meets again, but it's got to be here soon.
Thank you.
That was all the questions I have.
Any other questions?
Have any of the general scopes changed for any of the elementaries? Are we fully going to be able to fund all of them?
Yes, with whatever the board approved as the non-negotiables, which is safety and security, HVAC upgrades and roofing, and any alternates we brought towards to the board for approval. Those have not changed.
I do have one more question, I'm sorry. So with the savings amount that you mentioned earlier, that can be used to go to purchase or to go through with the logo designs?
Correct, yes.
And then regarding the items at 2 campuses that were not completed, that can be brought up later, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
So we kept them into this basic design fees, anticipating if there was going to be a redesign or any additional services brought to the attention of by the design teams. We're already getting close to having, well, we've received 100% construction documents on the 2 GMPs that are before you tonight for approval, and we anticipate getting the other 2s for the middle schools next month.
So what if the GMPs had already been approved for the other 2 campuses? So that's where a change order would take place?
Yes, it would be an owner-initiated change order.
Okay.
And then I would send it through the Thursday packet.
So probably happening for October meeting?
I wouldn't bring it for approval as long as I can pay for it out of the contingency, out of the project budget. But if it's over and above that, I would bring it to you for approval.
The other thing with, we could use savings to finish some of the alternates, but
certainly
we don't have the amount of savings. We're going to discuss the interest policy, which that's another option.
Yes.
Of, finishing all alternates through interest.
Yes.
Through the chair, Mr. Ortiz, I really recommend that we look at all those alternates, because or if we don't address them now, more than likely that price is going to go up. He has a proposal for 30 days or 45 days, I assume.
Correct.
Keep in mind that if oil goes up, we're going to end up paying a little more. Let's try to see how the meeting that we need to have, determine how we're going to use the money so that we can give them the go-ahead to address all these alternates.
That would be my suggestion. That's why I'm asking about what we discussed with the meeting at Cabinet and with Dr. Ariano when I was there. And my concerns I have over 2 campuses, right? But I agree that we need to take care of as many of the alternates for each campus. And so I'd rather see that come before us sooner than later. But you just said that if the money is there in savings,
Yes.
you can do it
Yes.
without board approval.
Well, I'm gonna have to move money from the basic design fees for each one, so they're project specific. So if I have a basic design fee that I realize the savings for Davenport Elementary School, I can keep that in the budget. If I needed to move anything from another project to a separate project, I would have to bring that for approval.
And the other question is, if in the GMP that was already proposed and approved, let's just say for Davenport Elementary, Bill Childress, there was a dollar amount for the project, the alternate project that even though it wasn't completed, there was a dollar amount.
Yes.
So that dollar amount is good for 30 days?
30 days. It's normally 30 days. Yes.
So we kind of have to act before the 30 days are up on those GMPs?
I would say we act as quick as possible. We have great partners with our general contractors, and we stay in constant communication with them. I can make sure that price is going to stay stable until we bring it to the board for approval.
So even if it consists of a special board meeting type thing?
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say, Ernie, you could just make sure, you'll communicate with us in the event that we're gonna run past those days before the next board meeting, that we hold a special board meeting.
I think some people will hold the price even longer. It's
Yes.
just
Yes.
dependent on that. The question is, I think in regards to, I don't have a problem. I do have a problem taking one from one campus, giving it to the other. What I don't have a problem with is maybe in the regulation that we allow you to complete those alternates. Maybe if it's within it, it doesn't have to come back to you.
Right. Yes.
So then my question would be, if all the projects are done at a campus and there's money left over in registered early use, what would you suggest to be done with that money?
Well, I think what happened in some campuses where you had the site-based decisions made, they probably didn't feel that they could probably have gotten something else, and so they could probably look at that, and if they don't want that money, then it could go to.
But if what they proposed, it's already planned with a dollar amount, so if they came up with something else that they did not include in that alternate plan, then it would probably cost more money, right?
Right, correct. Yeah, we haven't drawn it out, had the design teams draw it out or anything. We when we went with the different design committees at each respective campus, we told them to give us all, let us everything that you need at this campus, and so that all those are already written out.
Taken from one campus to the other?
Yes, so for the example, like Garcia Elementary, they got all their non-negotiables and all their alternates addressed, and they have money left over.
Because it's a newer campus, but
yes,
if they wanted to get benches up front, I mean.
That didn't require any design. It would, I would check with administration on how they want to handle that.
If I may, and that would come before us, or are we saying that?
If I had to move the money from Garcia to any other campus, yeah, I would bring it to you for approval.
Because my thought process is all of the 6 campuses that are not being rebuilt, they're all at different varying levels of need, right? Of course, we can't compare Garcia to Kennedy Elementary School. They're totally different needs. And they all only got the $1 million to work with. So if one campus has already completed all of the alternates that they wanted, I do think that discussion should be had on whether or not we should move that extra money to another campus that may have more needs.
That's a great point. And you saw how that fleshed out. I mean, you saw the newer campuses, they had a budget, but they didn't have that much need, while the older ones had great.
We still have leftover things that aren't being funded, exactly.
Right.
And I agree, especially if the alternate projects that were not addressed at the campuses that are not as new as Garcia or Reyes, if they have to do with security with safety or ADA compliance, then we need to address it.
Yes. It will affect the project schedule. Just keep that in mind. It may push out construction a little bit. Not by much, but I just want to be.
My main concern is that dollar amount, that it doesn't go up from what was quoted already.
Yes.
So earning all the money from all the campuses, that if it's money left over, will go into a program contingency, then any projects that are left that are on the alternates, that's gonna be a discussion to the board to approve where that money goes to.
Or we can give you
Yes.
the authorization to do those alternates.
Correct. So any project, any money that is in a project, once it's completed, goes down into program contingency. If we wanted to do something before it was completed, in the instance of Garcia, I would bring it to you all for approval on how we want to move that. I would bring it, working with Dr. Ariano, Dr. Rico, with our recommendation on how we should move it and address some of the other needs. And then we could have a discussion and action followed by.
Just a scenario, let's say that for some reason unable to move money from one, for whatever reason. What would be the alternative funding source? Savings? Or
Yes,
the
our
interest bond?
our bond interest, yes. Like the two middle schools have, I have to give a lot of credit to DLR and Ruth. You know, not only have they won a Texas Society of Architecture award for their design on the two middle schools, both them and the general contractor are working through the different challenges with the sites on both. And so some of those sites challenges eat into construction budget because it is part of construction. If we could alleviate some of that through bond interest, it would stretch our dollar a little bit more. I haven't approached it that way. I've just told them this is our budget and this is what you have to work with.
If I can put my 2 cents in on that, I think we should continue to approach it that way. Like you said, if anything comes that needs to be addressed to the board on if we need additional money, then that can be discussed. But I think it's important for those discussions to happen because we should have known quite a bit about the properties that we purchased and what was going to be needed to put into those properties for the projects that we are using. So in my opinion, it should have been built in. Of course, I understand in construction there are unforeseen things that come up, but I think we need to be reasonable with that we knew what we were buying when we bought it and with some of the concerns that were going to come up with those properties. So that would be my comment on it.
I agree with Ms. Barnes, but Ms. Ortiz, I really would like for them to really focus into removing everything that might look fantastic, really make some value engineering of each specific project, because we all know, you know, things can look fantastic and we can spend $80 million per middle school. So that's not the idea. The idea is to maximize our money and get the best facility that we can for the money that was allocated.
I agree. Well, I have a couple guys back there that'll tell you I'm pretty tough when it comes to that. But I do believe that we have really good partners, and that's to your credit. You approved them, and they've gone above and beyond to work with us on making sure that every GMP we bring is under the construction budget.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
We look forward to seeing you.
Item 5F, discussion and possible action over the board bond interest spending and CCA regulation. Presenter Brian Barnes.
So first I want to thank Dr. Aviano for putting together with administration this regulation. Ultimately, before when I requested us to discuss the bond interest, I didn't realize there was a regulation that was going to come along with it. It was just something that I wanted to have a discussion about to know what amount of bond interest are we looking at. And we had talked about doing a workshop, and I think that we still need to do that. Maybe we can double some things up in a special board meeting or something. But I did, reading through the regulation, I think it's very thorough. I think it's very purposeful in the way that it is set up. and I think it's very transparent. So ultimately, I don't necessarily have any questions about it. I thank you for putting it together, and I think if we follow what's stated here, we'll have all the information that we need, so.
I agree. The only comment that I have to make is thank you as well. What Ms. Ron said, Dr. Ariano. And the only thing that I brought up at the committee meeting, or I'm sorry, when we met, you and your cabinet, was that it is very thorough, it is very transparent, but I do hope that we continue with first comes projects on the bond, second comes reducing our debt. So we focus on that because we don't want to go back to where we were with the last bond, that projects were not completed. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Adrian, what do you take the Senate side?
Item 5G.
No.
No.
It's a
regulation.
Item 5G, approval of the recommendation to negotiate, award, execute contract for the RFP 26-013 consulting firm for superintendent search. Presenter Veronica Campos.
If I may, just before we actually start with the negotiation and speaking on this topic, did you secure a conflict of interest questionnaire from Ms. Borrego?
No, ma'am, she indicated she has some questions for you before signing.
Did you have any questions in reference to the?
No, I didn't have a conflict of interest in particular. I had a conflict because I knew all the firms and I didn't feel I should be in there.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
not
it's
in
okay.
particular, nobody's giving me a gift or anything. I'm still driving into Aurora down there.
Just if you can just fill it out, just to ensure, just no conflict whatsoever, and then we'll proceed. This item is for discussion. We are going to be reviewing and negotiating and actually finalizing the schedule, and I have TASB here. TASB has been awarded this contract. You have been provided with the weight, and they came out first. They were ranked first, of course, and you have been provided with the actual weighted criteria, and now that all that worked out. And if I can have TASB step up here, please. They have provided a schedule for you, so it is now time for you all to review the schedule, negotiate, and finalize. It does not have to be finalized tonight, but at least if we can at least have a set schedule.
I did have a recommendation on the schedule. I would like to move it up a couple weeks, just so that way we can vote on the actual superintendent before the new year versus the 21 days going until the new year.
I second that one.
In other words, if we were to move it up just a couple of weeks, so that way we would have the 21 day, as I don't know if you're familiar, but once we announce the superintendent, we have to wait 21 days. So for them to wait over the Christmas holiday, that 21 days, or the community, I think we could adjust that schedule. We see some on the follow-up interviews, and I would recommend we could probably have Adrian reach out and make sure that these dates work on the initial interviews and the follow-up interviews. So we could probably squeeze it in there, but to move it up 2 weeks, so that way whoever is named superintendent could enjoy their holiday, and we would have them.
So you're suggesting that the vote to hire
Could be December.
prior
9th.
to Christmas?
Yeah, prior to Christmas, December 9th, or for the following week.
So, I think that's a good discussion to, excuse me, to begin our discussion this evening. I do have some thoughts on that, about your calendar, and I think it's just very important for us to talk about those. I'm George Kazanis. Thank you so much for your confidence in approving the Texas Association of School Boards for your executive search. This is my colleague, Ruben Cervantes. Your outline here that's in front of you is starting tonight with the awarding of the bid to us, and so we are kicking off the search officially now. We needed that official board meeting and board action for this to occur. So one of the things, though, that I just want to, I guess, lay out to you is how long is your position posted? How long is recruiting occurring? How long is that happening? And so generally, how this particular outline is showing is our recommended minimum 90 days from start to finish. We've gone longer. We've gone 120 days. Anything less than 90 days, really does compact it. And so to the point though, just of a loan finalist, somewhat worrying about a contract over the Christmas, that generally is not, it's naming your loan finalist. We agree with you, and that's why this particular calendar was laid out, so that you would name your loan finalist before Christmas holiday. You're just finalizing your contract with the person. Generally through the interview process, you have a good idea about salary and things and expectations in that regard, particularly in that second round. Now we can shade this a little bit. We certainly can, but I'm somewhat concerned if we're not keeping the application period open, because we're already at the end of the month here in September. We do need all of October, 4 weeks. We prefer almost 6 weeks for that to occur. This is showing application deadline, of course, all of October. So we're right around that 5-week period. Now we can look at that, we can move it up somewhat a couple of days. What I wanted tonight to confirm though is critical, and I just want to state, all of the initial interviews, first round and the second round interviews, need to have all 7 of your commitment that you can attend those. And so it's checking calendars and being sure you personally don't have a conflict. And don't ask for your official board action approval of a timeline, because it could change because of an emergency. All of our candidates understand that. What if one of you had an emergency, an interview needs to be shifted a day or two, this or that? We tell our candidates that, just to be on, mark your calendar for a full week. Things, just know that this could occur.
I have a question really quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
Because that's a lot of dates, and they look good for me except 1, possibly 2. But on the follow-up interviews, why can't we do them, how long are they, an hour?
Sure, no, yes ma'am. So real quickly, on the initial interviews, those are a 90-minute at minimum scripted type of interview. You're asking the same questions of each candidate. The second round interview, you're exactly right. Those depend. Those are much more informal, and the reason why they are 1 per day is so that you have an opportunity. We recommend possibly having some form of a reception for your candidate, so that you could possibly meet the candidate's spouse, children, if they have children, 30 minutes only, and then go into an interview. You can certainly do those more than 1 an evening. That's certainly permissible. But on average, they're triggered on the conversation. They're triggered on follow-up questions you have from the first interview. It could be an hour. They sometimes are 2 hours, just depending upon your questions and what more data, more information that you want to engage in, and how well that second round interview is going. So we're being very cautious and very careful with this particular, allowing 1 per day. It also is predicated on the fact that you invite 3 back. It doesn't necessarily set in stone that you have 3 that you invite back. It may naturally just be 2, for example, a board consensus. I've had boards sometimes that had to invite 4 because they didn't want to eliminate someone after the first round. Your first round is generally 6 candidates that are invited for an interview, and that ranges also from 5 to 7 sometimes, depending upon our work with you and your decision of who you'd like to interview. Yes, Mr. Martin.
Mr. Costanza, I have a question. Is there a possibility that we can move 5 to 7:30? And also the second interview, maybe at 5 o'clock?
The only thing that I would ask Mr. Blanco to be sure about is just the new law and the new requirement. As long as it's 5 o'clock, as long as it's at the public, even though the public isn't participating. You can certainly start those, in my opinion, right at 5. Yes.
The times are very specific. The first interviews are from 6 to 7.
7:30.
7:30, and from 8 to 9:30. And I was hoping that maybe we can shift them earlier.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And the same thing with the second interview. There's 3, 7 o'clock.
Absolutely, that's true. As long as I say recommend no earlier than 5.
We do have a scheduled board meeting November 18th.
Yes.
That's your regular board meeting?
Is there a reason why we couldn't do 19?
No, not at all.
And then the other
I'm not available on December 4th. I leave town the 3rd.
Can we do December 3rd?
I cannot leave that day.
So with the board's permission, possibility could be though that you complete all of them the first and the second.
That would be
To
great
make
for
it
me.
work. One of them may have two.
I'd rather
So,
do all three.
to
on
Mr.
one
Martinez's
day.
point, you have one at 5 to 7, 7 to 9, something like that. We do that all week. But we make sure we complete them in 2 days.
I just want to clarify, and I would love to be able to be available at 5 o'clock, but I can't be here until 5:30. Since it's day after day after day, I can't ask off early.
So if it's 5:30, okay?
5:30 is fine. It gives me time to get here.
Okay. Can make that work.
Thank you.
As long as the board's agreeable to that, yes, 5:30.
I would prefer 5. I think this is an important decision and we need to make sure we have that time spent.
But we also need to have 7 present, and I was gonna recommend before Ms. Barnes said anything, 5:30. And so it's very important that all 7 of us be here.
I agree that, I mean.
So we could do 5:30 to 7, and then,
30 to 9.
yeah, give us 30 minutes in between. What are you bringing for dinner?
So 5:30 to 7, and then 7:30 basically.
Yes,
So we're
7:30 to
just
9.
going to adjust it. Thank you.
On the review of applications on the 11th, I won't be back till the 12th.
That's not a good day. So you're out
Do
this,
you want? Do you
Rodriguez,
need
you're
all
out the
7?
10th as well, you're out.
No, I'm just
No,
curious.
it's all 7.
Pardon me?
Can we not do the 12th?
No, I cannot.
So did you say you're out of town on the 10th as well? Did I hear that?
Yes.
Wait, that is, hold on, let me look.
I'm
It's in
not-
November. Hold on. I was in December. What's up?
That is Veterans Day.
Oh, I can on the 12th. I can on the 12th. I'm fine with that.
12th of what?
November.
That is
For the review?
Just for your information, since we always have a great football team, we might be playing that on Friday.
No, November 12th is a Wednesday.
No, Wednesday, I thought it was the.
Yeah, you were looking at December like.
Yeah, I was in December, sorry, my bad.
Okay, so we're,
The review can be, I'm sorry, the review can be November 12th?
And can we do 5:30 as well? Please?
Yep. So understanding Veterans Day is on the 11th, so you're proposing the 12th.
At 5:30. And then,
Yes, I'll make the adjustment, don't worry about 5:30. All of those that are 6, no worries, we will resend this to you. When I have a prepare for follow-up, just for clarity's purposes, that just means when you're interviewing after that, you're calling me about the results and the event, and you would like it like that. So that's just simply a phone call back to you for that evening on the 20th. So, real quickly, then we're still looking where we are. The first change, of course, is the review of applications is Tuesday, November the 12th, 5:30. Our initial interviews were just sliding November 18th to the 19th. All meetings start at 5:30 to 7 is first round, 7:30 to 9 is the second interview. Follow-up interviews where we will conclude them on Monday, December 1st and 2nd. And what I can do there is, to your point, again, is move up a little bit regarding when you name loan finalists. You want to name that loan finalist soon after the conclusion of your second round. You don't necessarily name the loan finalist right after. There could be discussion, there could be final referencing, there could be, we want to be sure we conduct our third-party background check too. That should be in with all of you in time for that, but just a couple-day cushion is always important to be sure we have all the facts in front of us.
The other question I do have, and I would like the board to see if there would be an agreement on the community involvement sessions. I would recommend you could start the online whatever now.
Yes, we'll provide that tomorrow, since we were hired this evening. So that
what I would like to do is maybe maybe at our 2 middle schools, just feedback in person.
Sure, we can do community feedback sessions, right. So the community feedback or the community listening sessions, we will schedule those. We will work with your district staff to be sure we don't conflict with anything major in terms of events. We work on behalf of you, the board. Your expectations not for the board to attend those because we want that to be an environment where people feel comfortable visiting and talking with us. I will say that it's important though that we promote the online survey. The online survey is critical information. Our community sessions, involvement sessions is very similar to the online. However, there's just segments of the community that prefer that. They like to come, they want to see and talk, they want to maybe ask other questions of us, and so we certainly are open and want to do those for you too.
Will there'll for sure be 6 candidates, or you might not have that many applicants that need qualifications?
That's your decision.
It all depends.
It all depends. That will be final, your final decision. My hope is that you'll have many more than, of course, 6 applicants. We'll have more than that, and then we will work with you in that review of application meeting to determine which top candidates you would like to invite. So, as I mentioned, it could be, I've seen as small as 5 in that first round, as many as 8 actually, because the boards had a hard time because they didn't want to eliminate possibly. But no more than that. Sometimes when you get too many, it becomes too difficult.
I do have a question. We spoke about community meetings. Looking through contract-wise, are in-person community meetings an additional charge?
No.
No. Okay. And one thing that I did ask in my meeting that I had with Cabinet, I did see under Exhibit A where it had the different people that would be included in those meetings. Parents were not listed. Is that something that we can?
Oh no, that's for your public community meetings. We open those up to the public. One of the things we do with the listening sessions is we certainly want to hear from staff if they'd like to come visit. We hold a couple of those staff type meetings. We often have held meetings just with leadership team, and then we have a public meeting which is open to your parents and in all stakeholders, all taxpayers of kind of CISD. So we want to be sure they're invited to that.
Perfect.
Check on that exhibit.
And then the other question that I had for Cabinet in regards to this was about the background checks. So it lists here all the different various background checks that can be run. So are those done by our staff, or are those done by all of the ones that are listed?
We do that. We do the third party.
Perfect. Thank you.
So just to confirm, can you go over again the 90-minute initial interviews as far as the dates?
Yes, ma'am.
Monday, November 17th?
Then we're shifted the next one to Wednesday, November 19th, and we're maintaining Thursday, November the 12th.
And then you said that the phone call on November 20th is just if we have questions.
Right. Questions and inform me of your next steps.
Okay.
So, because one of the other things, we handle everything. We handle all of the scheduling, we handle all of your phone calls, we handle all the communication with the candidates.
And we haven't determined about the dates on the vote to name finalist or vote to hire, right? Or did we?
That's a tentative date, Monday, November the 8th. I'm just suggesting it possibly could alter. But one of the things too about, you're still going to have with 21 days, no matter what you do, it's going to fall through Christmas, the holiday. One of the things about Monday, January the 5th, just to say, is that I think we noticed you have an in-service day that day, and then the kids are back on the 6th. Correct? It's a wonderful time for that vote. It's a wonderful publicity and public relation to have your new superintendent in a ceremony to sign contract, and also to kick off your second semester of the school year, to meet people and to be here at that time. So it really coincides with a nice.
You need all 7 of us to be here for that? The vote to hire?
Please.
I won't be here.
On the.
Ready on the 5th.
I was worried that we might have people gone because of the break.
Sure. We'll be back this week.
I'll be on the 30th.
That's an actual, I mean, the 7, you would hope you would have 7 votes for, this is just to finalize the 21-day.
Yes.
Is that correct? Because I thought the
first one is your naming of your lone finalist. It's just the name. The name then becomes public.
And that's when we have 21 days
The 21-day waiting period before you award
the vote to hire.
Vote to hire with the contract.
So it's the vote to hire that she's not.
Yeah, but we would have already approved it on the 21 days.
Not correct.
on the December 9th.
Dr. Arellano, once they get the dates out with the times, can you have Adrian send us calendar invites, please?
And we will resend this calendar to you.
So what did we decide on the vote to hire?
Right now, I'm gonna leave it as it is.
Monday, January 5th?
Right, because of the one, because you said, otherwise, I don't know how you can do it any other way other than waiting till after the new year.
Actually, we are allowed to Zoom.
Oh, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
This is important,
Yeah.
ladies.
This is the final one, she's gonna vote to name the finalists. The finalist is, that's the more important one. The vote to name the finalists, because that's really the person for 21 days.
Okay, and you'll work with staff on it too.
But as mentioned, right, I don't know if you'll be unavailable through Zoom or through video conference. Be hard. I think you could send your regrets. This is a suggestion, an idea. You could send just a written note of confidence in the person, something like that.
Carolina, we can make a figure of you full scale and just have you.
But they call us fatheads, I think. We make a fathead of you, you know, this works. And make some short paragraphs of support that could be read. They would be.
Okay, so we reviewed the schedule, so my recommendation is that we not sign the contract until we have a secured schedule. Are you in agreement with that?
We're okay with it.
And then the other question I.
Say that again, that on my end, on the business side, we prefer to have the signed contract so we can be
Yeah,
able to.
so we will have it tomorrow, so maybe Mr. Avery can help me secure those signatures, but until we see that final schedule from you.
I'll be around. We have, I'm breaking things here, never mind. We just need a motion to approve.
Yes.
Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the contract for securing the advertising with the superintendent for Penalty.
Advertising or search?
Search, I apologize.
I'll second.
Okay. I forgot to include the students if they had any questions or comments.
Can we be present during those? No.
In the,
Not in the interviews.
but on the community, I know.
Community meetings that anybody
Yes.
can attend.
Okay.
It cannot be in any closed meeting.
No closed session.
Sorry, the actual interviews are done in closed session, sort of like when we're in there. So they're gonna be done then, we could either do the high schools or the middle schools, and then you all could be the student. Okay.
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Borrego?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Zuniga?
Yes.
All in favor, motion passes.
Thank you very much. We're so privileged and honored to work with you. I'm excited. Thank you. We learned so much today.
I'm sure you did. We'll have a nickname for you.
Can't wait.
And just before I forget, I did call Arlington ISD, Corsicana ISD, and Prairie Lee ISD. We only have 230 students. So I took the top, which is, Arlington has 51,800 students. Corsicana has 5,545 students, and Prairie Lee ISD has 230. They gave me a list of several, but I wanted just to, just change it up for you all, just so you can see from high, medium, and low. And they all came back with positive recommendations. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Item 5H, discussion and possible action regarding request for staffing/stipends for school year 2025-2026. Presenter Martha Carrasco.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Arellano. I'm before you to present our positions and stipend request for this school year. Basically, back in August, we met with the schools, we met with departments, we compiled a list of needs, and then this list was taken to Cabinet reviewed it, also in consultation with Ms. Pooley as far as what we could afford and what we can't. So the positions that I have before you is a police officer. There's a request for that position, and a pre-K aide. We did have, over at Reyes Elementary, we had the pre-K enrollment increase. We had a teacher in-house that took over that class. All our pre-K units have aides, so therefore we're in need of an aide. And then also the stipend for a lead counselor. One of our counselors is very knowledgeable in keeping the updates, keeping all the other counselors updated. We want to provide her with a stipend so she can take the lead, be our lead counselor for our district. And so these two positions, the police officer and the pre-K aide, and the lead counselor stipend, in consultation with Ms. Pulley, we do not have funding for. So basically that would be money that would come out of fund balance should you all decide to approve these positions. Everything else listed, the licensed school psychologist, there is funding from the special ed department that we can afford that position. And all the other stipends that are mentioned on here, there is funding to cover those. So basically, I'm here before you to ask for your consideration on the police officer, the pre-K aide, and the lead counselor stipend.
Ms. Carrasco, what is the total amount that we're talking about?
I can give you an estimate. I base it on midpoint, so it could be less. But for those three, I'm looking at $95,000, and that's basically with the bennies and everything that comes with the base salary.
For all three, you said 95,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Not each one?
It's an
All
estimate
three.
for all three.
Yes.
And that's because it's a mid-year, right?
Pardon me?
That's because it's not from.
I calculate at midpoint. So it could come in less. Yes, it'll be prorated for the number of days that are left in the year.
So in other words, it may be less than that.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and then will these positions be included in budget for next year as part of our general
Yes,
approval?
they will.
Okay. And just to clarify, when I met with cabinet, I believe it was explained that approximate 95 is about half a day difference for our general fund calculations. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, what Ms. Pulley stated.
Okay, thank you.
So Ms. Pulley, what is the projected amount of days left right now in the fund balance?
Currently
without this?
We have 52 days.
52? And so with this, it'll take us down to 51 and a half? And what is the recommendation? 90?
By policy, it's 90 days.
Policy?
And in order to maximize on the first is 60.
60?
Ariano, the chair, we would like to hear your recommendation.
So administration did meet with Ms. Mena, with Chief and Dr. Kearney on these positions. We did have others that were being proposed, but we did narrow it down to these three as necessary. So administration is recommending these three positions. The school psychologist, just so you know, we have a lot of students that are SPED students coded emotionally disturbed and require counseling from a certified school psychologist, which we do not have. And then our pre-K, it's a new classroom. We do have two school psychologists, but we don't have enough time to provide the services. For the pre-K, it's a new classroom at Reyes Elementary, like Ms. Carrasco stated, and the police officer asked for 2, but it is the 1.
Yes, Chief had asked for 2 officers, but we brought it down to 1. And I know that, I don't know, I'm sure you all are aware that there were incidents on the day of the parade, and, you know, they were spray thin as far as everybody, you know, manning the parade and needing help at the campuses. So he has been requesting, another police officer or two, but at this point in time, we're only proposing the one.
Ms. Carrasco, let me correct you. I think that was a efficiency on our staff. Simply the fact that opened the door to someone that was not known, that's lack of training, in my opinion. So I don't think this is an issue comparison or an excuse for getting an officer, but I do understand that we need an officer. I do understand. What I'm questioning is the lead counselor. What is he going to train? Tell me more about that.
So the lead counselor is so we used to have a director of student support services who retired and then was part of the reduction force. Part of those job duties was overseeing the counseling department. So Dr. Reyes, feel free to chime in, but it was auditing transcripts, manning the course requests when new courses came in, leading our guidance review team whenever there were regulations that needed to do. So it was a lot of work. This lead counselor is only going to do a tiny bit, and it's really for the secondary campuses to be able to make sure we are assuring students are receiving the proper credits for graduation, auditing the transcripts, providing professional development, just really taking over as the lead counselor. There are 4 new counselors at the high school right now. 2 are from New Mexico. 1 came from DAEP, and the one that we are proposing for, it has been in the district in various capacities and has the knowledge to be able to take on this role.
You still have Conchella being the counselor at the high school?
No.
That.
No, we have 4 brand new counselors at the high school, 4 brand new. 2 who have high school experience but not in Texas. 1 that came from DAEP, has no high school experience, and then the other one who does have a well-rounded experience coming from Northwest Early College High School, middle school, has done secondary. That's the one we're going to propose to receive the stipend to serve as a lead counselor. With the new 89th legislative session and everything that is coming down the pike, we really need somebody who is willing to grab those reins and receive the support from Region 19, attend the Region 19 meetings, really be that support system for the secondary. The other piece to that is we have middle school counselors. We have 1 brand new one, but we also have new things that are happening at the middle school where they're now having to do graduation plans that they hadn't had to do before. So there's a lot of new legislation out there, and you really need to have somebody who is willing to oversee that and kind of corral it for all of the secondary counselors.
You know, it is very disappointing, Board, that we don't have those counselors. Have students, freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors now having a counselor, revisit their schedule and see where they want to attend, what they want to do after graduation. It's very unfortunate. I don't know how we let them go, but we're here. So my opinion, if this is going to help our district, I recommend that we move. I'm very disappointed in that.
And Mr. Martinez, I agree with you because experience is great. However, we don't know for what reason. Maybe they went up for a better position or whatever. I just hope they weren't part of the RIF. And so
they were not
right. My question to you, Dr. Reyes, is you said she's from Cherokee, from Northwest, that will be overseeing at CHS. No, she had experience at Northwestern College. She's now placed at Canutillo High School. Okay, so she's placed at Canutillo High School, or hired. She was hired at Canutillo High School.
She came from AMS.
Mm-hmm. She has experience at AMS and experience at Early College High School. So she's much more well-rounded than Okay, I misunderstood.
Other
She's already at CHS. Yes, ma'am. And I agree. It's important because of the students that everything that has to be done. Number one, you need to make sure that their credits are done. And to be guided and everything. So yes, newbies, no, I agree. However, I do have a question. You mentioned that when I met with Cabinet and with Dr. Ariano, I believe that you mentioned that the lead counselor would be funded through, not through the general fund.
Yes, it would.
I'm sorry, not the lead counselor, the psychologist.
That's correct. Well, it's coming from the SPED fund.
The SPED fund,
yes.
So basically, right now, the three positions that will be reducing the fund balance are the police officer, the lead counselor, and pre-K aide.
It's the police officer, the pre-K aide, and the stipend for the lead counselor.
Yes, yes. I just wanted to verify with the psychologist.
It's the psychologist that's funding, yes.
Okay.
And I just want to clarify, Mr. Martinez, you're right about what the incident that happened, and I can tell you the very next day they had an all-day training with police and Mr. Barraza, who does our risk management, and they did have that staff from the ACE program had extensive training.
All staff or just that staff?
The staff that works in the evenings with the ACE program.
But throughout the district?
That's right. Everybody running in that program.
At different campuses?
At different campuses, yes, ma'am.
Dr. Ariano, is there anything that's going to be coming up in the next couple of months? Because we had requests last month and then this month, and then if we're going to have any more requests. My concern is the budget, and I think what we're going to still have to look at is you all have to, as administration, provide a way. We're still going to have to chip away. We were able to balance the budget because of the land sale. Next year, we're not going to be able to have staff, so I think we need to evaluate, or administration needs to evaluate how it's going to work, where we're not having to wait till the end of the year and have that. I think we should look at through attrition and how we could repurpose, and really the other thing is that we have to look at is making sure we pay our staff what the market is and above that market, so we're not losing and having retention issues.
So they're right now, this is what our only ask is. However, I'll never say never, but right now this is where it's at. We are looking at some changes coming up in November, but nothing that we're trying to find. We always try and find a workaround before having to ask for a position.
I was just going to make a comment regarding that I hope that this is, that we don't make it a habit. I guess I will be honest. Make it a habit, because and everything that Mr. Rodriguez said is true, and I don't want to be faced in February, April and say, we're so much in the hole or whatever, and try to balance the budget. So I know that these positions are needed, but I really hope that the district does look at other ways so that we can preserve that fund balance.
Any other questions? I need a motion. There was a motion. No,
This was just.
No, but it needs to be an action. It's an action item. Is there somebody that's going to make a motion?
I'll motion to approve positions that administration is recommending.
And I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Adrian, can you pull the one?
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Borrego?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Zuniga?
Yes.
All in favor, motion passes.
Thank you, Board.
Item 5I, discussion and possible action regarding options for the homeschool student participation in extracurricular activities. Presenter Brian Barnes.
So I apologize that this was not discussed at the last meeting. I had requested that it be pulled, but due to just, I think, confusion and me overlooking at the last meeting, I forgot to pull it for discussion. So the legislation came down saying that we would be required to offer homeschool students to participate in UIL unless we opted out. And at the last board meeting, we did vote to opt out of that through the consent agenda. My discussion that I wanted to have is just honestly a marketing perspective in regard to trying to bring students back into our district. We know that we've lost a lot of students to homeschooling idea, private schools, and we've been trying to come up with creative ways to bring them back. I know that all of the other districts in the region are not doing this, and I understand the reasoning behind it, but I think that as County TO we need to have our own discussion and determine if that's the way that we want to move forward. I think that this could be a great opportunity. We all know that students are big into making friends, right? They make connections with people that they are in different clubs and things with. So I think that this would be a good opportunity for us to build those relationships, and those students have a possibility of returning to our district by opening that door to them that other districts aren't offering. It may also be an opportunity for us to open doors for students that aren't even ours. If EPISD isn't doing this and SLEDA isn't doing this, then we have the opportunity of bringing those students in with our difference here and welcoming them in. So it's just something that I wanted to have a discussion about. I wanted to mention to you guys my opinion on that and how I think that it's a different avenue that we could take for marketing for our district and bring students back in. Ultimately, these parents pay property taxes into our district and they pay for different things that we do in our districts, and this would be the only avenue that they would be able to take to utilize any of those taxes that they pay in. So just discussion for the board.
Ms. Barnes, do we have an idea how many students or an idea how many students that might be interested in this program?
I don't have any data on that. No homeschool student has approached the district. I've had questions about homeschool when it comes to getting credits on their transcript when they come back and enroll, but never about extracurricular activities.
How many students do we have that belong to kind of your homeschool? I know we have that percentage.
I don't have that number in front of me.
It's not a lot.
Yeah.
No. I think your point, Brianne, to maybe drawing people, but we're an outlying district, so if we were right in the middle, like Isleta or whatever, I think there's way too many negative drawbacks to that. And I pay taxes in the school district too. And I mean, that's just one of the things we do when we live. We pay to everything, even though we don't use UMC, we pay to that. The county, even jails, you know. Not me, of course, but I just think that as a whole, I think people have spoken, and all the other school districts aren't doing it. I think we need to stick to that. I just don't believe we bring them in.
And I just want to clarify, and this is Dr. Adiano, this was before you were on the board, but we did receive an email from a parent with a student that was part of our school, and they pulled them in our homeschooling, and she had asked specifically about this. So this was kind of my reasoning of wanting to pull it last time, because I remember that email that we received, but I forgot to do that.
And I believe, Coach Brooks, correct me if I'm wrong, about 3% of districts in Texas opted in.
Well, what I'm suggesting is we already chose not to let them in for this year. We can always look at that data that those schools received, those 3%, if it was that number, to see how they did, you know, as far as enrollment, to see if any other kids that were able to use actually got enrolled into those schools. So we can definitely look into that data in the future and maybe take this up again, next year in August.
What's administration?
Well, it already passed, but we did, speak with Coach Brooks. We did have, and I believe it was in a board packet, to opt out of the homeschool along with the other districts that in the region.
That's correct. Sorry, that's what was on the last, agenda, was that policy for that, so.
We'll stick with administration's recommendation.
In what you were saying, Ms. Ortega, I think that would be good for us to look at those other districts next year to determine, if they did receive any students back into their district, from opening that up to homeschool students, or drawing people in from other districts, just so we can look at the data as a whole. Right now, we don't have anything to look at because it hasn't been in place.
And my recommendation would be also for admin to kind of keep track on this, if you have any requests, I think, so that maybe next year we can consider if the number is there.
Thank you.
And board, I agree. I just know of one person, one family in the district that wants the kid to play sports. But I also think that, we as parents dictate to our kids what we want them to do. Once the kid gets involved in baseball, whatever, then he will have an opinion of where he wants to go. That's just my opinion. And it's very unfortunate because we as parents tell our kids what to do. They don't have a choice, they have to abide by it. But that's just my opinion.
Any other comments? Students? That will take us to the next item.
Item number 6, consent agenda voting.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Through the chair, I'd like to pull, do you have a motion?
No, identify what you want to pull first.
I would like to pull 6.1 A and B, the minutes of June 24th and the minutes of July 15th. I would also like to pull 6.4, approval of guaranteed maximum price for Northwest.
Before I, did you request or have any questions on this item? As part of our constraints is we needed to call administration
On the GMPs?
on any item. Part of the constraint is you need to call administration to get that research and response. And if you didn't call administration, then it should have been.
6A and B is just a comment regarding the minutes.
Did you call administration?
No. Comment, I don't think that the GMPs should be on consent agendas. I believe that they need to be individual because we have questions on them. So if we can't pull them, then we can't ask the questions.
Well, you have all the right to ask questions, but you have to do your homework and then ask those questions with staff. If you didn't take that time, then you shouldn't be pulling them out.
Well, some of these questions that I have, I know Ms. Barnes requested some questions, and which opened up some questions for me.
I did ask questions, and I do want 6A4 still pulled. I have follow-up questions from that. I did. Correct. And I didn't ask for the
so you're okay with
which ones are you pulling?
I'm requesting 6A2 and 6A4.
I would like 6A to pull this well, based on the question that Ms. Barnett had asked.
that Ms. Barnes is pulling?
Through the chair. So you're telling us that all the GMPs should be part of the consent agenda?
What I'm saying is there's a process in place. When you have a consent agenda, you should call administration with your questions like Ms. Barnes did. And then that allows you, because we shouldn't be doing.
And I do understand that. I think, TASB was very clear what we need to do, and obviously this is one of them. That is true, correct.
However, I believe that the GMP should not be part of the consent agenda. And I agree, 100%. This is something that I learned a couple of weeks that I would like to have a small presentation, show you what I learned, because I really appreciate you giving me the opportunity. It's a benefit.
So we have those two items. Is there a motion to approve the rest?
I do have a question for legal. So since no questions were asked about 6A, 1A and B, if she feels like they're...
She can still pull them.
Okay, very well.
Thank you. I'd like to pull 6A, 1, A and B.
And
should we remove the constraint? Should we have an item to discuss?
Your constraint is a board operating procedure amongst yourselves. If you guys want to vote to censure Ms. Maldonado for not following your constraints, you can do it. Doesn't make any sense to me to do that. She's pulling the minutes. I imagine it's a short question. I'd better pull them and see what it is.
Okay.
Thank you. So I just had a question.
No, we're not done.
I'm going to motion to approve the consent agenda minus agenda items 6A, 1A and B, 6A, 2, and 6A, 4.
Okay.
Is that all of them? Oh, and do you have questions over 5? Okay, and 5.
Okay. And I will take this to...
We need a second?
We need a second.
I second.
There's a motion and a second. Adrian, can you pull the board?
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Borrego?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Zuniga?
Yes.
All in favor, motion passes.
So my question on
6A1?
yes, was that it was to Ms. Carrasco on the minutes for the healthcare update presentation back on the June 24th minutes. You had explained that I had asked if there was an insurance committee, and you had said that there was Ms. Cooley, Ms. Uranga, the Gallagher team, and Edna. And Dr. Galaviz explained that due to financial decisions, the previous healthcare committee was paused. So I'm just curious as to what that means. Has it been eliminated?
Yes, it's been paused. We haven't resurrected that committee. Basically, the interviews with Gallagher and things like that were done with Dr. Galaviz, Ms. Pulley, and Dr. Rico. And so at that point in time, I believe.
So you asked to pull the minutes. The discussion about that has to
Yes,
be
you
something
can.
recorded in the minutes.
Yes.
Not a debate over what the agenda item was, or a discussion about the agenda item. That should have occurred at the time that agenda item came up. Your only ability to address the minutes is to say, there's a wrong name, there was something that I said that wasn't included, Ms. Carrasco said it was black when she really meant it was white, and going back and discussing why it was removed, why a committee was disbanded, that's not appropriate for a discussion of the minutes.
Well, it was just curiosity. So the same thing with the bond interest workshop on the other minutes.
It's the same protocol.
So only it's for errors.
Yes.
Okay.
Correcting errors in the minutes, something that's missing from the minutes. Not to discuss the item that was addressed, just reported in the minutes.
All right. Thank you.
Can I get a motion to approve?
I motion to approve agenda items 6A, 1A, and B, special board meeting minutes.
I second the motion.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion? Not. Adrian, can you pull the board?
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Borrego?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Zuniga?
Yes.
All in favor, motion passes.
The reason I asked to pull agenda item 6A2 over the monthly donations, I had asked a question that I didn't get an answer to yet because we were waiting on legal. I had asked when there was a donation of the posters for the 10 Commandments, and I had asked when those would go into classrooms.
Okay, so there was a new law that was passed that provides for a district at its option to purchase and display the Ten Commandments in all classrooms, or if the district receives a qualifying and proper donation of the Ten Commandments, that's to meet all the statutory requirements, assuming that was done, and then the district is required to post them in all the classrooms once the donation is accepted by the board. I've talked to Ms. Arellano about it a couple of times. It's my understanding it will be coming up in the October meeting, and you as a board will have to make a decision if you're going to go ahead and accept the donations and allow the administration or direct the administration to post them in all the classrooms. There is currently a lawsuit pending over that. However, the Texas Attorney General has issued an opinion that the ruling and the injunction that was issued in that lawsuit only applies to the 5 districts that were affected by that lawsuit. And so, as of now, state of the law is the Texas Attorney General saying districts are not permitted to rely on the lawsuit as a reason to not post properly donated Ten Commandments from the classrooms. This is going to be something you guys are going to have to discuss, and it'll come up in October.
Okay, so they won't go, even though they've been donated now, they won't be put into effect until after we voted on that particular.
After it comes up on an agenda item, we decide how you want to handle it.
Does it have to come up on an agenda item, or can it be requested? Like, what is the process? Because
So,
what's the administration's recommendation?
Yes, if the administration is willing to, I think we're accepting the donation today.
Yes.
So it's been done. So the donation will come in, it's been accepted on the consent agenda, right?
And
so it's done. The administration can choose, if they so choose, to follow the law and go ahead and post them. That is, because of the sensitive nature of the subject, I don't know how the board feels about that.
Well, the question is, do we have to accept it?
Yes, you have to accept the donation. Yes. Yes. Now, whether you post them or not, I recommended to Dr. Arellano that item come back to the board in October so you guys can decide how you're going to handle it.
But if we accept the donation today, is it known to whoever donated that we have the option to post or not post?
Well, I don't want to get into that tonight because that's the very question in October, whether you're going to post them or not.
Well, that's what I was saying. Do we accept the donation?
You're accepting the donation. You're required to. The next step is to have the administration post them in all the classrooms, or tell the administration, don't do it. There's a whole argument that can be made about whether or not that should be done.
Mr. Chair, if we are following the law, if we accept it, correct? So then, if the law is the law, we move forward. That's the way I see it.
That's your all's decision.
And the law be yet, I mean, it is now, we should move forward.
No, we have to, no, it says to accept the donation. The law says to accept the donation. We have to make the decision in the October meeting on whether we put them up or not. And there has to be discussion on that.
Well,
but the law is the law.
No, but Steve, the law does state it has to be in certain parameters. And was that, those parameters followed by the individual that?
It's my understanding, yes.
Initially
they came in, they weren't, they were told to follow the requirements. Whoever donated them, I don't know the person, the donation meets the requirements. The district is accepting the donation. The next thing for you all to decide is my recommendation that you do so, is to vote as a board whether you're going to post the Ten Commandments in all of your classrooms. The argument against it would be its establishment of a religion. There's a lawsuit that's already been filed, an injunction's already been entered, saying you cannot post these Ten Commandments in classrooms for religious reasons and separation of church and state. That lawsuit applies to 5 districts. The Texas Attorney General has said it only applies to those 5 districts. Other people say no, it doesn't. We'll talk about that in October, but you guys are talking about a very thorny legal issue. Excuse me?
You should follow the Ten Commandments.
So, Mr. Blanco, you're saying that the law specifically is for those 5 districts?
No, it's a interpretation.
The lawsuit is for those. So it's up to us to decide yes or no.
'Cause we
But
can't-
in our district, right?
To Mr. Martinez's point, you guys are, so in October, the plan is to have an agenda item, we'll have a closed session legal discussion about it, we'll weigh the pros and cons, you guys will hopefully come out and you'll make an informed decision and you'll vote.
So we're gonna do close.
If you need legal advice, I can do it to you closed on that issue. You don't have to, you can do it in open session if you
I
want.
don't need legal advice, I mean, very clearly.
Oh, I need legal advice. Yes, ma'am, yes, sir, I need legal advice.
I understand, but from my perspective, I don't need legal advice. If the law is the law, in the state of Texas, we follow it. We can't say I don't wanna follow the law just because
That was our
It
own.
was
I'm from
legis-
Westway, you know?
It was legislation that was approved by the legislature that still has going, it's gonna go through courts. We could, I mean, you all talk about, what if we're added to the lawsuit and who's gonna pay for that?
I have a question. Can we just request this isn't necessarily the agenda item that we have here today. So, I just wanted to know whether or not it was going into effect right away, or thank you for clarifying that. Secondly, when this does come up on the agenda, can we make sure to have both the law that was passed and the lawsuit that is currently, and any attorney general, all of that information, so that we can see the
Sent the
entire,
IG opinion to, Dr. Arellano earlier.
if all of that can be attached, not just for us, but also for the community to see as well.
And that's why closed session is important, correct? Because
Well-
we need to have legal advice as
We've
well.
already, Board President Rodriguez and Trustee Martinez have already indicated some disagreement about the risks associated with it, so yeah, that's one of the things we'll talk about.
So no action on it.
I motion to approve the donation list as presented.
I'll second that one.
There's a motion and a second. Take your thing forward.
Ms. Barnes,
Yes.
Ms. Borrego,
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado,
Yes.
Mr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mrs. Zuniga.
Yes.
All in favor, motion passes.
I'll take this to the next item.
Item 6A4, approval of guaranteed maximum price for construction manager at risk, CMARC, services for new build at Northwest Early College High School, North NWCEHS, RFQ 2025-028, from Jordan Foster Construction in the amount of $30,074,639. Presenter Ernesto Ortiz Prosigue.
Good job, Adrian. Okay, so I requested, this item to be pulled for one of the questions that I asked. It specifies that Northwest Early College, the alternate of Building C, says that it's going to be added in the amount of $2,716,262 in lieu of landscaping and irrigation. So I asked, whether or not that amount was included in the overall GMP, and you did explain that. So, you said that no, it is not, just to be clear, right? It is not included in the GMP.
That's correct.
Okay, and so I just wanted clarification. What is the difference between building A and B and then the C that is the alternate?
As far as what do you mean?
What is building C?
Oh.
Is it a gym?
Yeah.
If I'm not
So it's a
mistaken-
multi-purpose room with two art classrooms.
Okay, so if we have funds available, building C will be built in lieu of the landscaping and irrigation that would have gone there? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, so right now, as it stands, our budget can't support that. If we are able to see, tremendous buyout savings from negotiations that the general contractor will have with the subcontractors, and we're able to get that under the budget, then yes, I would say that we do that.
Okay.
I would recommend that we do that building as well.
Or
Through construction.
depending on the board.
Yes, the difference right now is about 700,000. So we could, if we don't realize those buyout savings, we could dip into contingency to cover. I would recommend not to dip into contingency right now.
Mr. Ortiz, what is your contingency for this project?
4%.
That's 600,000?
I can pull up the exact amount if you'll give me just
20, what times 3 is 1.2?
So at Northwest, the project contingency is 1.2 million. Yes, sir.
So my opinion is, we might have enough money for the landscaping also. Hoping that everything
So the
works out.
landscaping, we have enough, that's covered in the GMP. The alternate is to construct building C instead of the landscaping.
Yeah, I agree, I think it's a good decision. We proceed with the building. We can always do landscaping down the line, but hoping that we can use that contingency to do the landscaping.
Was that building promised to the community? Was it part of the original drawing?
It's been talked about through the design phases, yes, but we didn't make any promises. We were very upfront with the design committees to tell them, we're going to design as much as we can up to the budget, but if we can't afford it, there are things that we would have to take out.
And just to make sure that I understand clearly, so that 1.2 million, that's contingency, so that would be used if any of the small projects that are subcontracted out, if any of them happen to come over what we budgeted for, that's what that contingency is for?
No, so the general contractor is giving us a guaranteed maximum price for the project they have been contracted on. So that if they're guaranteeing their maximum price, if we hit anything unforeseen circumstance, we would then dip into contingency.
Got it. Thank you.
So if we took the 700,000 out, it would reduce that to about $500,000 contingency, and I would need to discuss that with the GC. They also hold a contingency on their side.
One more question for the chair. Mr. Ortiz, so if we don't have the landscaping and the irrigation, are we going to see just soil?
So we will have the landscaping as part of that.
No, that's correct. But I'm just, my scenario is, let's say we build a building, okay, instead of the landscaping.
Correct.
So the landscaping is not done. And are we gonna see it clean, attractive?
Yes.
Are the kids gonna get dust in their face when
the landscaping is a perimeter, right?
Yes, yes, it will.
Yeah.
So if we build building C, it will still have some landscaping around building C. It's just not that whole entire area being just landscaping.
And I understand, it's one or the other, so, yeah, no, I understand. Thank you.
When would we need to make a decision on whether or not to use the contingency fund for that?
I would need to bring it because it's not written down in the agenda. I would have to bring that next month, or if we had a special board meeting.
And confidently, financially, would it be safe to set those contingency funds aside for building C, not knowing all of the unforeseen circumstances that could come before us?
It would be my recommendation to let construction get started first, and then when we're comfortable to bring it to the board and recommend it at a later date, I would feel more comfortable.
So we'll leave that at your discretion depending on what it looks like
I appreciate
okay.
that, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Ortiz, so the gymnasium is pretty much, it's not connected to any other building, it's a standalone building, correct?
Yes.
How far away are we from the rest of the building? Pretty far?
I don't know I don't know.
It's not too far, it's pretty close to building.
10 feet, 12 feet, 20 feet?
Yes.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
So Mr. Ortiz, this building C is not the gym, it's a multi-purpose.
It's a multi-purpose room and two
art classes.
It's art rooms.
Okay, so not the gym.
Correct.
Type thing. Okay.
They already have a cafeteria that they use as a multi-purpose area. This would be in addition to that, a little area where they could do other activities and then 2 classrooms adjacent to there. Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes, I do. So on the clarification and exclusion page for Jordan,
yes.
Item number 10, the roof warranty. It mentions that it's not going to cover the breezeway canopy. So my question was, how come?
I think Mr. Kamath is here in attendance. Do you want to explain that to? Oh, they're aluminum canopies, so there is no roofing.
There's really no roofing. Does that answer the question?
I think so. But come on up.
Well, another question having to do with waterproofing. So it's also recommending some neobark, but it's not indicated in the plans, it says. So what will be used to waterproof the balconies and the terraces?
So right now, because they were basing their GMP off of 90% construction documents, some of those requests for information are being clarified through the 100% set. So he had to make some assumptions on the type of material he was going to use if it's not specified in the construction documents.
So it states that if you use the plastic barriers, because this is going to be on the balconies on the floor, correct? Or on the roof?
These are balconies that are on the elevator level. This is on your second floor.
So the waterproofing is going to be on top?
So generally what happens is when you have balconies, if you have something below the balcony, you want to make sure the water that goes into the concrete of the balcony doesn't drain down into the ceilings below it.
So the vapor, the waterproof is on the cement?
It's not on the cement. The details can vary from construction type to construction type. A lot of times the recommendation would be to put it under the cement, under the concrete, between the concrete.
Right. So the material that will be used is my question, basically.
So we don't design it, we build it to the architect's standards. So the design was missing over there with that detail, so we said we needed to have that clarified.
Okay.
So there'll be an RFI process where we would ask the question, the architect that you all have engaged, they would go ahead and perform an analysis and give us the right construction detail.
Okay.
So those are the kind of components that we would request the use of contingency to go ahead and get those kind of things clarified.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, did you have a question?
Mr. Kamath, we really appreciate you building Fort Canutillo. I know you've been trying for so long, and thank you. I know you're our neighbor, and we appreciate you being our neighbor.
Yes, sir.
And hopefully you can build an outstanding facility for us.
Yeah, looking forward.
I think that was it with Northwest.
I just want to piggyback, I'm sorry if I can, Ms. Maldonado. One of my questions did have to do with kind of what she mentioned, that there were a lot of clarifications in there. It said it was missing from the plans or it was missing from the drawings. So all of those things that were missing from the plans or drawings, those clarifications are going to come from the contingency fund?
So not always, ma'am. So a lot of times clarifications are intended to go ahead and stipulate if the drawings are not 100% complete, then we will go ahead and put in certain caveats in there to make sure that we have earmarked the pricing based on a certain set of progress. So we have since received clarifications or progressive design, and then some of these clarifications help the architect go ahead and understand what those restrictions are, and so we'll work with that team to go ahead and clarify those components.
Perfect. And these are the documents, Ernie, that we discussed that were at the 90% documents. Okay,
Yes,
okay, that makes sense. Okay, thank
They
you.
have since received the 100% sentence. Yes.
Thank you. It's Mr. Presidio.
So I do have another question. On Ms. Barnes' question regarding the specifications for 90% and that there were 35 RFIs that were not submitted?
That were submitted and not answered.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
So how do we stand there? Is that what he was just talking about? No.
Yeah, so a lot of times unanswered questions are because of timing or so on. So as we go through the construction process, ma'am, there's a lot of these RFIs that get asked. So we do a job of being thorough with anything that we see, any variations or deviations. And we, sometimes there's one trade person, consultant that designs a certain component one way and another consultant designs it a certain way. It's our job to make sure all of those get coordinated so there's no gaps or there's no overlap. So some of these processes require us to go ahead and do our due diligence, so we'll ask questions just to make sure everybody's on the same page.
And the other, in the response to her question, it was, the guaranteed maximum price is estimated
Yes.
based on some assumptions, which is what you just said.
Yes.
So, the GMP of 30,074,639, that will not increase, because it's a guaranteed maximum price, correct?
Correct.
Even after,
Unless
you're making those assumptions of those questions, correct?
Yes, there's some assumptions that we're making.
Okay. So how will this price, because I thought it was guaranteed, it's guaranteed, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why they're construction managers. They're at risk.
Okay,
Yes.
And that's why we have a contingency in there to cover some of these unknowns.
the changes,
So
or,
if you
yeah.
say add another building, my contingency doesn't add the other building.
Okay.
Right.
Gotcha. That was it for me on that one.
Any other questions? No, can I get a motion?
I make a motion to go ahead and accept the guaranteed maximum price for construction manager at risk services for new build at Northwest Early College High School, RFQ 2025-028 from Jordan Foster Construction in the amount of $30,074,639.
I second.
There's a motion and a second. Adrian, can you call the board?
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Borrego?
Yes.
Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega?
Abstain because of conflict of interest.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Zuniga?
Yes.
Motion passes. Item 6A5, approval of guaranteed maximum price GMP for construction manager at risk senior services for new building at Davenport Elementary School, DTE, RFQ 2025-02B from LBCM Solutions LLC in the amount of $52,421,113.
I don't think they pulled that.
Yeah,
Did they pull it? I tried.
Yes. Sorry.
Mr. Castillo, you're falling asleep.
Yeah. I've hit my limit now.
So I have two questions, but I think I figured one.
Okay.
So the amount that was just read for the GMP, there was a discrepancy on one of the itemized lists of 558,109. But I found that it's because of the alternatives.
Yes.
The alternative canopy 1, canopy 2, and the added driveway.
Correct.
Because that all amounts. So the GMP includes those alternates, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Question number 2. Does the roof system at the Davenport, the warranty, is it 20 years as well?
Yes, 20 years in the L. No dollar limit on material.
20 years on material. And that is what the standard is, that's the Northwest as well, and
Yes, that's
the new CE roof, and that's the
Correct.
standard, 20 years,
20 year no
On
dollar limit
material.
on materials.
okay? And then, the waterproofing again, under their, at balcony and patios, bid package, 078, joint sealant and waterproofing. I just wanted to know what kind of materials what material they were using for the waterproofing. I'm assuming it's, again, the cement of the balcony?
Between the cement and the deck.
Okay, so, because it mentioned somewhere as noted that plastic barriers are not, I took it as recommended because of cracking and shrinkage.
I'm gonna ask Andrew to come up.
So really on our end, how you doing, Andrew de la Rosa, LBCM Solutions. On our end, there was a little bit of a discrepancy on the system itself. So we're still gonna RFI that, similar to Jordan Foster, on how they wanna work that system. Because ours is actually a little different. Ours is a topping, a waterproofing, and then a topping on top of it. So we wanna make sure that we've got that system correct, because they've got, like I said, a topping, waterproofing, topping, and then a sealer on top of the system. And in our experience, we've had some issues with those, and we want to clarify that system is correct for the application. Because we are over conditioned space. The last thing we want to do is create a continued issue with any water leakage in the building.
And that's the reason I'm asking, because of the problems that we've had with water leaks. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I want to make sure that we're waterproofing, not correctly, but using the better material to be able to prevent any damage. Yes. If that makes sense.
Yes. The chair, I don't know, the reason we've had some water problems, it's called lack of maintaining our building. Basically not having enough money. And we all know we live in an environment where the sign needs anything. Recently I was told to paint a door with a coating used for both. And the wall still cracked. Very unfortunate. But in this case, I do agree. I think we need to allocate some money for maintaining those facilities after it's been built. 5 years, 10 years, every 5 years. We need to make sure we have enough money there to properly maintain those facilities. Because once they're gone, 1 year warranty, once they're gone, they're gone. That's all they can give us. Yes, on the roof, 20 years, but 20-year warranty, we're paying for it. We're paying premium. That's something that we don't see when we ask for that warranty. But let me ask you, Andrew, from your perspective, how much canopy or how much waterproofing do we, on square feet, do we have in order to have a controlled environment?
So really on these canopies, I'm not as concerned with the water infiltration, because you have a roofing system over it, but you do have driving rain. There is some perforated panels in front of it. We just want to make sure we put the system in right and correctly. That's my concern. If we had water driving rain on it all the time, then I'd say, hey, you know what, I'm concerned about it. We don't have as much driving rain on it, so to your point, there is a stipulation in the manufacturing warranty that it's a 5-year warranty because they want continual maintenance on it, and that's just something that needs to be done as a continued maintenance program through the district.
Andrew, do we have a metal stud building, or do we have a CMU, or do we have
a metal stud frame building?
Okay. Thank you.
So I have a question, really quick. Your first little line was about fixing Enchanted Street. It seems like a lot of money, 1.6 million.
So that's an overall general conditions. A part of that is if we had to tear up the street to run utilities. We don't think we're going to have to do that. Yeah.
We're currently working through with the developer to add all the provisions through the development to go ahead and do the stub outs for us on the project. I'm just saying, you know, if we got to do some stuff that we need to repair, there's some money allocated for that.
But that seems a little high.
It's not encompassing of 1.6 just for that. There's other general requirements that are included within the project, within that scope of work. That's there.
Yeah, that's part.
Could you go a little bit further and explain what other scope of work would be included?
Absolutely. So there's a cleaning of the building after it's completed, the site and the building. There's also temporary labor for the duration of the project. This means trash pickup, disposal of trash, supervision for that. There's also temporary power for the building. Once we come to a point where we can condition the building, I need to have temporary power from El Paso Electric. There's some money included in that for us to have temporary power to finish all of our trades, all of our work in the building.
Why not separate item lines?
I'm sorry?
Why wouldn't you put the separate item lines so that way when we look at it, we're like, okay, this is funding this, and this is funding that. Why should all come together under fixing Enchanted Street?
So I tried to explain to Ernie that I shouldn't have put that in there because that's misleading. I shouldn't have put that in. There was more of a note for me that I didn't take out. So I apologize for that if that created some confusion. But no, it's an encompassing list of items that are required for the project.
right? They're not specific to a trade, but they're required for the project. So they're not in a mechanical or a plumbing or an electrical trade. They're general requirements that are needed during the construction that they're going to be able to.
And maybe in the future, just break it up a little bit, just so we have a little bit better understanding.
Absolutely.
With that many campuses, it's a lot.
Yes.
Through the chair, I disagree with Ms. Ortega. That's really looking into the nuts and bolts. How many people are gonna be brooming there when the building is dirty? How many people are gonna be cleaning or, my opinion, I think the way they've allocated that, as long as it's within budget, I think it's more than enough. But if we need to look at all the detail, then how many sheetrock pieces are you gonna have in there? Is it 4x6? Is it 4x12? I mean, how many nails do we? No, we can't do that.
No, and I can see how I shouldn't have put that note there myself, and I think that was maybe where.
I was just under the impression that the city took care of the streets. I'm sorry.
So, back to the question, you said this is how we do it? Mm-hmm. So, as far as the waterproofing, remember? You went the layers and all that. So how is it going to be done? Based on what the architect?
There's different systems. There's really different systems.
So what, you don't know yet what system is going to be used for the balconies here?
There was a detail that was shown, but not a product that they told us to utilize.
Okay.
So we made our best guess assumption based on our experience, and that's what we've included in the budget. We're going to RFI to the consultants and better clarify that to ensure that we are applying the correct system.
Okay.
And a point of information is, the city doesn't really do anything, guys. Nothing. Not place utilities, not pave the highway, not do the curb and gutter. They don't do absolutely nothing. We will be very lucky if 30 years in the future they come and pave it. That's about it. All the work that's being done is by a contract on the contractors, period.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve the guaranteed maximum price for construction manager at risk, services for new build at the Davenport Elementary School, RFQ 2025-02B from LVCM Solutions, LLC, in the amount of $52,421,113.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second. Any from the board?
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Ms. Borrego? Ms. Borrego stepped out at 11:27 p.m. Ms. Maldonado?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. Ortega?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mrs. Zuniga?
Yes.
All in favor, motion passes.
I will take this to the next item.
So the next item on the agenda is the closed session to discuss a couple of property items. I have talked to Dr. Rico about it. Obviously, he is not here. He was traveling. The meeting went so long. I told him that there was no way we were going to get to him. But it doesn't matter because the first item is an item involving the county. And we are waiting for the county to complete a plan and bring it back, so we don't have anything to discuss on that. There's nothing new with respect to that county item. They'll come up on the future agenda, hopefully in October. The second item involves the potential sale of the property, which is better known as the Lone Star Building. That is also being looked at, but again, that is going to be off into the future. They're looking at currently process for vacating it and maybe selling it in the future. There's no action to be taken on either of these items tonight. They're just updates. So we don't need to have a closed session, and we can move on to actually the next item, which is adjournment.
Sir, by unanimous consent, the meeting is adjourned.
Time is 11:39 p.m.
What time is it?
11:39 p.m.
Still today?